Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.
Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up.
A place where we inform.
Manifestation.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.
You gotta eat what you kill. You gotta go out there. You gotta hunt for your meals.
We all have that ability to connect with people, to be that motivational person in somebody's life.
You gotta let people know there's certain lines you don't cross, and that there's gonna be consequences if you do.
Man up.
If you are an adult and you are in a relationship, that person's emotions are not your responsibility.
Man up. Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.
The devil, during slavery, destroyed the masculinity or manhood of the so-called Negro. No man. No man. Right now you got to be trained all over again to be a man.
When someone is obligated to do something, it is binding upon them to do it. And failure to do it causes reaction.
Man up.
Focus shall make you rich. I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life forever.
If that people knew their glorious past, if that people knew their glorious past, if that people knew their glorious past, then they would be more inclined to respect themselves.
I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world. And that's our job, is to spark somebody else watching us.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.
Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up.
A place where we inform.
Manifestation.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.
You want to tell me about yourself? Go get your friends. I'll tell you who you are based on who your friends are.
Don't just live and die. That's an ugly existence. Make your life matter. Make your life count. Live a life where people can actually mourn you for the things you left behind, not just because you were around and existed.
We need strong black nuclear family.
Yes. Yes.
That's what it is. Mother, father, son, daughter, all in the same house with a focus on the family unit as a whole.
We had Tulsa, Atlanta, New Jersey, Detroit. We had Rosewood. We had Black Wall Streets all over.
The Republicans aren't for us, but the Democrats aren't for us either. And we should have no alliance to any political party. We only have alliance to what is in our own best interest.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.
Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation. Man up.
A place where we inform.
Manifestation.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.
At the end of the day, as men in the community, we must stand together and be counted, because people look to us for guidance, leadership, and protection. And if we are not about that business, we are not on our job. Here we have grown-ass man conversations in the spirit of that purpose. Anthony Malcolm, Bobby Drake, Major Gage, we are. This is Manifestations 2020.
Manifestation. Man up. Manifestation.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.
Yeah, what's up? It's your boy Major Cage with Manifestations 2020. I got my mans in them with me, Anthony Malcolm and Bobby Drake, and we are Manifestations 2020. Today we have two very special guests with us today. Got my mans in them, goes by the name of Dave Anderson, the business bully. All right. And we got the homie Joe Wesley in the building. All right, clap it up for him. Clap it up. Clap it up. Clap it up. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Very glad to have y'all gentlemen here. Let's go ahead before we get into the proceedings. Just talk to us real quick. Anything, we always go around real quick. Any shout outs, anything happened this week? Y'all want to just give a blurb to real quick, or just want to hop right into it?
Yeah. I just want to say, like, yo, shout out to all the correct dialogue that's being out there. Shout out to Dave Anderson doing a phenomenal job of correcting the narrative out there. I know Tariq does a good job with that, and there's so many other people out there that's trying to get the correct narrative, because what it is a lot of misinformation that's being thrown out there. And a lot of times people grab the misinformation and they don't realize that the true meaning of behind what somebody has started. So instead of us critiquing what we think, it's best that from now on going forward to have somebody of a foundational Black representation, somebody that's thorough foundational Black representation, so that way we can get a clear, concise direction and understanding of why it's important to embrace the FBA lineage and not take what a lot of people feel is disrespectful and is something that they're embracing to let people know, like, hey, you guys, they're cool with you acknowledging your lineage and everything like that. There was never a problem. But now that they're acknowledging their lineage, it seems to be a problem. So we just want to do some course correcting, straighten all that out, so we can all be on the same page, whether you want to do the unity thing or you do what you do in your sector and they do what they do in their sector. No hate, no love lost.
Very well said. Yeah, I mean, it's facts, man. We've been seeing this go on. You know, today's topic, the diaspora wars, was something that we've been wanting to talk about this for a very long time. And, you know, there was some posts that went out this week, and, you know, Anthony hit us up with a response in the chat, and we just kind of talked about it. And, you know, Dave Anderson, I saw an episode with him that he did on his show on Damn, and I thought that it was like the perfect time to talk about these things. Got a bunch of clips today that we're going to get into. Again, like Anthony said, we need to straighten the narrative. And I think that once we straighten the narrative and everyone has understanding at the table, that's when we're able to move forward and not before. You know, a lot of the times people, you know, in some of Joe's clips, they were asking the question, well, not even asking the question, posing the thought, okay, well, we don't know why, you know, Black Americans seem to have this hostility towards Caribbeans. And it's pretty clear, you know, but again, like Anthony said, you have to have foundational Black Americans in the room to discuss this, to come to an understanding, you know. And so that's why I'm here myself. We got Dave Anderson. We're going to, you know, and we're going to talk about it. And then Anthony and Bobby are also, you know, brothers who have backgrounds from the diaspora, but they have embraced the FBA lineage, you know, and they understand it. They have a thorough understanding of it. And I think that once we all come to a thorough understanding of it, I think we'll be okay. And you had some clips that you sent me. Is there any one of them that you want to play first?
No, you can play any in any order you want, because like I said, we're going to have the conversation of breaking down everything that you have, so we can correctly put out the real information out here. And like I said, you have a panel of intellectual brothers. Joe is a very intellectual dude. So when I saw that, I had to, you know, like I say, sometimes we got to go back to the narrative, a foundational Black narrative of I'm my brother's keeper. And if you see somebody acting out of line or saying something that you don't agree with, it's okay to have your brother to the side and say, let's have this conversation. Because one thing, if you love your brother and you love what he represents, because he's not a stranger off the street. I know Joe from a couple of dealings. I dealt with him before. So this is somebody that I look at and say, okay, I don't want your brand to go down like this. So let's have this conversation, so that way, you know, we can proceed in the right direction. Because I think that a lot of the information you might be getting is you're not getting it from the proper representation of the people. So this is a course correction tonight, but it's really on a broader scale for everybody that's watching, so they can take notes and really have this real conversation that should be going across everybody's platform.
Honey. All right, let's get into it.
Yes, sir.
Clip number one. This is one of the clips from Joe Two Coconut Heads, I think is the name of your podcast. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's Two Coconut Heads. That's with me and the wifey.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and play it and come back on the other end. Let's see what it do.
All right.
To the Louisiana Purchase.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for Haiti, half of y'all would be speaking French. Tu parles français?
I just want to read some of the comments because I'm like, are y'all for real? The Louisiana Purchase is not a flex. It ruins many lives and destroyed many cultures. Y'all have to stop trying to claim that.
It's a reality. It's a flex for the United States. Right? So who's saying that it's a flex? Basically stating that half of America would literally be owned and controlled by France, and that ended because Haiti defeated the French army, Napoleon and them. They were losing so much money that they were forced to sell. Like, why would they even consider that a flex? Stating historical facts is not necessarily saying it's a flex or it's not, because the one who actually benefited was America. It did affect a lot of black folks, but one of the effects that it had was a lot of black slaves realized, oh, there's a place we can go to.
Uh-oh.
Dagnabbit.
Come on, man. Don't do this.
Job opening.
Have our freedom, which was Haiti.
I can finish that statement if y'all want me to.
Internet is acting up. You may just have to. Hold on.
Yeah. So many slave revolts actually.
Hold on. Let me try to add it back. Jesus.
And because of that, it's what led to African Americans eventually obtaining their freedom, because many former slaves was actually fighting for their freedom once they heard that them Haitians over there in Haiti obtained their freedom.
There was a lot of comments from a lot of FBAs. Another one said the Louisiana Purchase, it literally expanded slavery, literally made it harder and harsher for Black Americans. I can't believe you think American expansion and the erasure of cultures and communities are a flex. So it's like just a lot of negativity.
The thing with a lot of brothers and sisters that call themselves foundational Black Americans, right? So that term is to kind of like separate themselves from everybody else. Say that, hey, we're the original Black people of this nation. But at the same time, it's kind of like a way in which they're showing their flex. But a great majority of them are not as intelligent as Tariq Nasheed. A lot of them don't even know their own history. I mean, quite frankly, right, America's greatness really is because of Black Americans. The fact that many can migrate to America is because of Black Americans and many things in which they fought for. Like the first economy of America was slavery, which was Black Americans. Black Americans were the greatest inventor of most of the things that we utilize today because they were already working for free. So they were very innovative, and the Industrial Revolution started to rise and happen because of Black Americans. But a lot of that history, a lot of Black Americans don't know that. A lot of Black Americans would rather listen to Young Miami and spin that. A lot of the history is completely ignored to the point where now we want to pin ourselves against one another because I'm a foundational Black Americans and you're not, you're a Tether.
There's a lot going on in there. So, thoughts, comments, concerns? Whoever wants the floor, it's yours.
Please go ahead, share it and let me know. Give it to me.
Yeah, one thing I pointed out, the first thing that caught my eye when you first started out, and shout out to your wife, you and your wife doing your thing and everything like that. I like the combination of you two guys on the podcast. But what I did not like is the fact that you started out with the Louisiana Purchase narrative, and then there were people in the comment section that was giving you historical facts, and your wife was saying it's negative, like they're bringing up negativity. Historical facts is not negative. It's somebody telling you, giving you course correction on what the truth is about what happened behind the Louisiana Purchase. Now, when you talk about foundational Black Americans having flex and trying to use their lineage as flex, I think the only flex that Haitians could take out of the Louisiana Purchase was the fact that you guys defeated Napoleon in 1804. And when you defeated Napoleon, that is your history, that is your legacy. But to sit back and say because you defeated him and he had to go and sell property in the United States, then I should say but foundational Blacks should be appreciative of that and not see the underlying double sword that came out of that, because you had a lot of foundational Black Americans that were free that were now put into slavery. And in that course of that added new land, white men end up being slave owners, and they end up getting mass amount of Black people. And over that time, we're able to generate over $110 billion worth of free labor wealth, which is why foundational Black Americans are now saying cut the check, because that is owed to their ancestors and that wealth would have been passed down to them. So that's why they have the authority and demand to get that money, because it would have been in their family lineage to this day. So that's one of the issues I had, and I'll land my plane and let Dave talk about what he found problematic in that.
Yeah. First of all, good evening, Joe. Thanks for being here. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't think we've ever interacted before. I just had a couple of questions, specifically when you said half of us. Can you tell me which half? Name the states, the population figures, and the mechanism by which French was going to replace English there?
Well, I'm talking about the half of the continent of America that was pretty much already controlled by France. All right. So saying that half was going to be speaking French, of course, is just a play on, because of the fact that the matter is France owned half of the country at that time before the Haitian Revolution. So that's pretty much what I was speaking on. And to respond to Anthony, like, I wasn't agreeing and saying that there is any flex at all. I wasn't saying that there's any flex for anybody. And if you read some of the comments that we received, we're receiving a lot of negative comments from FBAs. So, and then of course I mentioned a lot of FBAs. Of course not all. Of course not every single one, right? So yes, there is a lot of FBAs who don't necessarily understand or even know their own history. That is not stating that is all. And when I'm receiving all types of negative feedback from people that are calling themselves FBA, but they are not well informed, it's definitely is a problem. Because, like, for one, I'm one who actually, I respect FBA. I respect what African Americans have done in this nation. You don't agree with me? You don't think I respect?
No. Hold on, wait, because we're all men. We're all adults. You have a wife. I have a wife. I don't know if you have children or not, but I certainly do. I'm not an African American. We're foundational Black Americans, and here's why that's important. Barack Obama is half Kenyan and he is half Kansas. So he's an African American. Charlize Theron is an African American. Elon Musk is an African American. The mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, is an African American. I am a foundational Black American, but my question was, because I can only go by what you said, not what we're supposed to interpret psychically. What you said was half of y'all would be speaking French. And I'm trying to understand, one, you couldn't tell me the states, the population figures, or the mechanism by which France was going to replace the English here. And then on top of that, you're leaving out, speaking of foundational Black Americans who don't know their history, I'm not one of them. I'm a college professor. And so my question is, why are you saying that when you should know, if you know your history, that Napoleon did acquire a legal title from Spain, but the France did not in any way, shape, or form establish any massive, durable French administrative settlement system across those territories before they were sold from Spain. So much of that region was already inhabited by indigenous people, not millions of French-speaking settlers. So I'm trying to understand, over 828,000 square miles, how in the world would we be speaking French based on actual history as opposed to your ignorant statement?
Well, okay, so let me say this, right? So my comments is not for everyone. Obviously, it's not for you, right?
No, it's just it's for historical fact. It's not about me. It's about no. Hold on, wait. What you said. See, the thing of it is, right? I'm a Christian man, and I don't know your beliefs. I've never met you, but it says you will pay for your actions in word, thought, and deed. It also says let your yes mean yes and your no mean no. So I'm trying to understand when you said half of y'all would be speaking French, and I'm asking which half. You have yet to name what that half was, the mechanism by how that would happen, because French had the land on paper. France had the land on paper from Spain, but they didn't establish major settlements. So I'm trying to understand how you came to that conclusion if you know your history.
Well, let me explain to you, right? So basically, how many colonies that France had, right? When you look at the many colonies that France even have in Africa, how at that time when they first let me finish. At that time, we're talking about what the 1800s. Right at that time, of course, right? Like as far as mass migration of immigrants, it wasn't necessarily happening that much yet. But when you look at every colony that France have, they speak French over there, just like every colony that the Spaniards have, they speak Spanish. Every colony that the English have, they speak English. So wherever you find the Europeans settled and the lands that they settled, they end up speaking the language of the conquerors, whoever conquered that particular land. So I'm saying that based on that particular fact.
But I'll stop right there for a second. What I'm trying to get you to understand, right? So, for example, I live in Philadelphia. What part of the country are you in, Joe?
I'm in Florida.
You're in Florida. Great. What part?
Oh, South Florida.
South Florida. So, like Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Liberty City, Fort Lottie-Dottie. I know it well. I used to work out at 99 Jams, so I used to live out there.
Nice.
Here's the thing. I have property in Arizona. I have property in Vegas, right? There is things at my property in Arizona that have to be built out, things I want to expand. I want to take care of the lanai. I want to make sure I have a couple of more cacti in the back garden. My mom is out there now, so it's just my mom. She just turned 80 last week. She's here right now, but that's where she stays, right? And congrats to my mom for turning 80, because a lot of our people ain't you know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. If I'm not there to make sure that my youngest daughter's, Devlin's, room is established in that house, I can't just say, well, this is Devlin's territory, and everything that Devlin wants in that territory is automatically going to be there. I have to actually settle it. Everything that you talked about, Africa and this place and that place, had actual French people there. Over 828 square miles of land, which is what the Louisiana Purchase was, did not have a French establishment. Because they never had a French establishment when it was sold, it is a statistical and historical impossibility for, quote, half of y'all will be speaking French. I just want you to concede that that is a fact, sir.
I hear your point. I understand the point that you're making, right?
I just want you to concede to the facts.
No,
that's all.
I understand that, but I don't know if you completely understand where I'm coming from in terms of.
I don't, because I just want you to concede to the fact.
Okay, I concede to that fact. However, like, you have to understand where I'm coming from in terms of what has happened since then historically in every other location that Europeans have settled. Okay,
just not there. Just not over 828,000 miles.
Granted.
That's the only point I made. So you misspoke. I just want, for the record, right there. Hold on, no. We don't need to move past that point. We're not going to goalpost move. We're not going to talk about any other continent. We're going to stay right there. On the record, I wanted to be clear that you misspoke when you said half of us was going to be speaking French in a colony that they owned on paper, but did not establish any French base there.
That's called assumption.
No, yes, it was a theoretical assumption based on what has happened historically. That's pretty much.
So you misspoke, and that was false, correct?
I didn't misspoke. I said what I said.
So you're saying what I'm saying is wrong, and there was a French settlement there.
No. Two things can be right. Two things can be right. Two things.
No, it can't.
I'm not disagreeing with
you. The indigenous people were there intact. The indigenous people were there. Okay. So if the indigenous people were. So if the indigenous people. What was
their language?
Excuse me, their language wasn't French. And at the end of the day, no. You're moving the goalposts, sir. We're going to stay exact. Respectfully.
You are.
Anthony.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna let you have it, bro.
Hold on. No, I got you, Dave. What it is that you're assuming. You did a mass assumption thinking that they were settled. He's telling you, he's a professor. He's telling you that nobody was settled on that land. So therefore, it was easy for.
I agree.
Okay.
So you misspoke.
Then that's conceded.
Okay. All right.
That's I misspoke. I said something that was historically false. That's all it takes. That's what men do.
I was not speaking on. Okay. I don't think you're
relax.
Okay.
No. Hold on. Chill. Joe, all we're saying is that because on the video, there's a video what we're taking. You're saying it to be facts. You said
no,
facts.
Sir. No, that's your interpretation.
Go ahead and play back.
That's your misinterpretation.
Please run the clip.
All right.
Run the clip.
I'll play it again.
Run the clip.
To the Louisiana Purchase.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for Haiti, half of y'all would be speaking French. Tu parles français?
I just want to read some of the comments.
I mean,
yeah, that's
you
what I
stated
said.
As a fact.
And you stated that as a fact, and then double down with a French statement, sir.
Yeah, well, for one, right? That did not happen. Okay, that didn't happen. Nobody is over there speaking French. Okay, so obviously that didn't happen. So now, what is my
I
intentions here?
misspoke. I made a mistake. We can move on to other points.
Mistake.
You did. You literally said something you did not know, sir. That's not funny. But that's not funny, and it's historically inaccurate. What you have to understand, sir, respectfully, I don't know if you know who I am or what I've done in my career, but I will tell you this. As a broadcaster and as a person with an audience and as a person that has dealt and produced for Charlemagne, Ricky Smiley, Les Brown, Wendy Williams, I can tell you that when you have a microphone and a platform, there are a lot of ignorant people. When you're dealing in the news media, when you're dealing in even in new media, the rules apply, right? You understand that even the Wall Street Journal is written at a 5th grade level because the majority of Americans only read headlines and don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of the English language. They have a basic rudimentary understanding of things. And so when you, whether you intend to or not, when you and your lovely wife are talking this way, and I'm not holding her accountable for what you said, but she was in the room. My thing is, when you do that, you are telling people something that they are going to interpret as fact, whether you meant it as a joke or not, because in no time did you say, I'm joking, that's not true. What you did was present it, whether you intended to or not, as an actual statistical fact, as if we should be thanking Haiti, because without Haiti, half of y'all would be speaking French. Parlez-vous français? Oui, baguettes and beurre. That is wrong. So what you did, whether you intended to or not, is make a mistake. If I come and I hit you with my car because I didn't see you, I had a blind spot, my kid was distracting me, whether I meant to hit you or not is irrelevant. The fact is I hit you, correct? Yes. So but whether your intention was there or not, you made an egregious error in historical context to an audience that does not have the level of knowledge and understanding to know that what you said was the equivalent of a warm bucket of hamster vomit when it comes to facts.
I'm hearing what you're saying, and what I'm also hearing is your interpretation of what I said.
I'm sorry. Okay? Wait. Stop right there, real quick. Am I wrong by saying there was 828,000 square miles of land that was not occupied by France?
No, that's a fact.
Is it also, wait. Is it also a fact that the French, while they had the deed from Spain on paper, did not settle it there?
Yes, that's also a fact.
Is it also a fact that the indigenous people who were there at no time were speaking French?
That's also another fact, yes.
So, out of the things that I've said,
so if I know all of this,
if you know all of this, no. Out of all the things that I said, did I say anything that was false up until this point?
Oh no, not at all.
Okay.
Now your interpretation.
No. It's not an interpretation, sir. It is what anyone. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 eyes on right now. Right? There's 1, 2, 3 three other people on here aside from me. They all saw that you said something that the average person would take to be fact, that you never corrected. You didn't put up any blurb at the bottom. There was no ticker. There was no fact check to make sure that you could reference where you got that from. And what I'm saying to you is, when you are broadcasting, when you are putting a clip out and you're stating things that people will take because they believe that you're some type of leader, as you're putting yourself out here to be, in order to correct the record and say these people who call themselves FBAs are tripping, and I'm paraphrasing because I'm not quoting you on that, but somewhere around I'm in the neighborhood, right? So at that point, you have to, as a man and as a person who has presented himself as a public figure, take accountability for the fact that what you said was historically inaccurate, regardless of intent. I just literally made point by point by point, and I asked you, is this correct? You said yes. Is this correct? You said yes. Is this correct? You said yes. And everything that I said that was correct was in complete opposition of what you put out on a video to the masses. When you have the microphone, you have a responsibility to be accurate. When I'm doing stand-up comedy, no one's coming to me for a history lesson. When I am teaching at a university, no one's coming to me for stand-up comedy. When you're in a particular arena and you're saying that you're going to be correcting the record, you have to be correct in the record you're correcting, sir. And in this case, whether you meant it as a joke, is there anybody, show of hands, here or in the audience, who thought he was joking? Raise your hand. And you're the only one who knew. Do you feel how you're the only one here who thinks that way?
You know
so
what?
all I
Well,
want you to do as a man and as an intellectual is say, I misspoke. And if what I said made people believe that half of you will be speaking French, even though there were no Frenchmen there, and they had the land on paper, and they did not remove the indigenous people, I apologize for making that egregious error in judgment that would have led you to the interpretation that that was happening.
So all right. So basically, with everything that you said, right, in terms of the historical facts of what happened, right, as you can see, I did not disagree with you on those particular terms, correct? As you can see, I did not disagree with you there. Now, what is it that I could possibly be saying if I'm agreeing with you, but at the same time, I'm making a joke in jest, all right? And the joke is also based on historical facts.
What historical facts are those, sir?
Historical facts of everywhere that Europeans have taken control of. The people of that land speaks the language of those Europeans.
That wasn't that case.
Did that happen there, though?
Okay. So basically, obviously, that was a joke.
No, it wasn't.
Obviously.
No one took that as a joke.
Here's the thing. Hold on. Joe, stop. Because this is really, as somebody who has two Jamaican parents that came to America based on the laws put in place by FBAs, I find it very fucking offensive that you're not coming on here to apologize to the masses of people that you sat back and doubled down to make it feel like it was something that was factual. This is your time now to sit back and say, as a man,
hold on. I did not speak as if it's something that's
hold
on,
factual. Joe. As a man,
you're completely
like
off.
everybody say, we always ask men and women to be accountable for their actions. If you sat back and said that the people out there, the FBAs out there that were rubbed wrong, now you created more tension for FBAs to look at Haitians in a disdain manner because of what you said, because the FBAs that know that is politically correct, the correct information, are mad, just like Dave Anderson. So not only the apology needs to be to Dave Anderson, but it needs to be to everybody else watching this and also on your platform. That's what real men do, dog. We don't do anything else.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? I agreed with what Dave Anderson said. I agreed with him, right? That's one, okay? So I'm acknowledging what he said is correct. I'm also acknowledging that what I said was in jest, was in joke, right? Like
your joke hurt people.
Look, I'm not here to try to control other people's feelings. Okay,
but you want us to control FBA's feelings because you said there were people who were negative in the comments. No, let me get this. No, wait. You literally got on this show, and when we run it back, because I'm going to make sure my editors run this part back, you said there were people saying hateful things in the comments. Do I control what's in the comments?
No, and that's fine.
Okay, then. But what I'm saying is, as a man, you literally admitted that everything I said was historically correct, and what you said was historically incorrect. But you just can't say, you know what, my bad.
I said was historically incorrect.
How was it historically correct? Please tell me, educate me. How was it correct? How was it correct?
I said, if that didn't happen, everyone would be speaking French,
and that was false.
That's false.
Yes, okay, that is a
incorrect.
Joke. It's false because we really don't know.
It's
because
an incorrect joke.
Oh, we absolutely know because you literally just pointed to all these other countries where they had occupations that they spoke French, but they did not settle here.
We're in America, right? We're in America. What language we speak? English, right?
Mostly, America does not have here. That has absolutely nothing to do with the point you made, sir. Everybody had a myriad of languages. There's still hundreds of thousands of dialects spoke on continent of Africa. You're moving the goalposts. All I want you to do is be a man, sir. No, it's not about the only person being sensitive is here.
You're not here to determine my manhood.
I'm not here. I'm saying whether I determine your manhood or not. Generally speaking, there are one
telling me to be a man.
I'm telling you,
I said
me joking qualify me being
I was paraphrasing what Anthony said. First of all, second of all, you can be a man however you like to be a man.
Well,
there's a million of ways to be a man. But what I'm saying is, as an adult, most adults are accountable Most adults will apologize if they've aggrieved somebody, and most adults will say, you know what, I misspoke. I'll give you an example. When I was talking to another Haitian gentleman the other day, I said Haiti isn't even the size of Philadelphia. And what I meant was Pennsylvania. And I said, you know what? I could see the point. Haiti is not as big as Pennsylvania, but it is much bigger than Philadelphia because I am a man. I'm an adult. I am a human being. And as much as I love Jesus, I have never died on a cross for anybody. And I can admit when I am wrong. And as a comedian, I have said things that have hurt people. And I can say, you know what? I understand why that hurts you. That wasn't my intent. So because I hurt you, regardless of how I feel, regardless of my intent, I apologize. But that's just me. It's obvious that you'll concede the history, but you won't apologize to people you hurt. But you were upset about people in the comments saying things that you don't know. Wait. You were upset about people saying things in the comments that you said was, quote, negative. So if it was negative and it rubbed you the wrong way
about it. I never said that I was upset about it.
You went out of your way to make a conscious effort to acknowledge the fact that you didn't love it. So you obviously did not like what was being said.
No, I was responding to it.
Anything but accountability, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, anything but accountability.
Well, here's the thing, right? As far as like being upset by how other people think and feel, people are entitled to their feelings. Not everybody going to always agree with you, and that's
I agree with that. But you're not entitled to your own facts. And what you did was you put up your own facts, and then you're doubling down on the fact that you were wrong.
If I said something that hurt your feelings, if I said a joke that hurts your feelings,
it wasn't a joke.
It was not my intentions to hurt your feelings. It's not my intention to hurt your feelings, but if feelings are hurt, okay, that's not on me, okay? Because you can unintentionally. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? You can try your best. You can always try your best to do right by others, and people will still be offended.
Okay. No. If you want to try your best to do right by others, as a foundational Black American who actually teaches history, as a foundational Black American who has studied Haitian history, as a foundational Black American who can trace his lineage to 1670, I take great offense in what you said, sir, because what you said was excuse me. What you said was intellectually disingenuous, and I'll give you $10,000 cash right now if you can show me anywhere on that feed where you at that time said that was a joke. Go put it up.
No, I didn't say it was a joke. I laughed.
So if you did not say no, if you did not say it was a joke, because the entire
immediately after it was said, there was a little laughter behind it.
And that laughter came off as condescending. It did not come off as you were laughing with us. It came off like you were laughing at us, as if you were intellectually superior based on a lie.
First and foremost, right? First and foremost, in that video, I'm acknowledging everything. I'm acknowledging all of the greatness that Black Americans have done. Right?
Certainly, that came after you lied.
No. That came before. That came before.
Sorry.
And I didn't lie. That came before. Right? In the beginning of the video, I didn't know it came before the lie. I thought it came after the lie. In the beginning of the video, I was acknowledging everything great. Right, I was acknowledging all of the fact that even immigrants are able to come here is because of Black Americans. So
foundational Black Americans. Do you have a problem with the word foundational, sir?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I do have a question though. I do have a question, right?
I'm happy to answer this question because I already know what it is, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and ask it.
So the last slave ship that landed in the U.S. was, I think, it was around 1860, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Roundabout.
Okay. So when and of course there were blacks, there were foundational Black folks here before even slave ships started coming here.
That is correct. That is correct.
So when does the line ends as far as somebody being foundational Black American?
Right? Let me break this down for you. Oh, I thought that was the question. You're asking another question?
No, that was when does the line end? So at what point do we acknowledge who's foundational Black Americans and who's not?
It's very simple. If you can trace your lineage at least to the 1860 census, you're a foundational Black American. I can trace mine to 1670. That's it, and that's all. It's very simple. It's black and white.
Question.
I'm still waiting for the accountability on the apology we've asked you.
Man, it was a joke, man. Like
no. Just regardless, right? You hurt. It is what it is. It is what it is. And you
let me say something real quick on that because I'll let y'all rock on this. Here's the thing: we could literally spend the next 48 hours going back and forth about whether it was a joke or not, And the reality is nobody has a direct window into your head, Joe, so no one can see your intentions and no one can see your heart. But here's the thing. When it comes to communication, I'm sure I'm not telling you anything new about this. I'm sure I'm not. When it comes to communications, there's two roles. There's that of the speaker and that of the listener. The listener has a responsibility. And at the end of the day, the listener has responsibility for what it is they hear and what they interpret. But the speaker also has a responsibility for what they say and how it comes off across. Now, if you were in fact trying to tell a joke, regardless of what anyone says, whether they agree with you or not, if you were in fact trying to tell a joke and it did not land, and evidently it did not land the way you meant for it to do so, it should cost you absolutely nothing to apologize and say, hey, you know what? Made a joke. I sorry, I didn't realize that people took it on the wrong way. This is what I meant. I apologize. My bad. Easy peasy. And the thing about it is, when you can take accountability for that and you can call balls and strikes on yourself and say, you know what? I fucked up. My bad. You also boost your own credibility because now people see, okay, this is someone that's not going to steer me wrong. This is someone that can call other people's bullshit out, and everyone can do that. Everyone can point a finger at somebody else. But they can also point a finger back at them and say, you know what? That's on me. But when you made it clear that, yeah, it was a joke, and people are saying it didn't come off like that, we didn't take it like that, we're offended. If you genuinely were not trying to be condescending or negative, it should not cost you anything to say, my bad, I apologize, instead of trying to fight to try to fight the damn joke through. I'm going to push the ball. I'm going to get it through no matter what. It
Why
ain't
you gotta
hit,
bring
brother.
the Eagles into this, Bobby? Why you gotta bring the Eagles into this? We invented the tips.
Not a gang, bang,
Philadelphia
bang.
on this
Not a gang, bang, bang, bang.
No, I respect everything. I respect everything Bobby just said, right? Because Bobby, what Bobby is doing, what Dave did not do, what Anthony did not do, was he acknowledged that I have a perception. I have my own train of thought. I have an understanding of where I'm coming from. Okay. So, but what you other guys were doing was you were telling me what my intentions was.
I didn't say what your intentions
Nobody even told you.
No, no one told you.
Don't do that narcissistic.
You're here telling me that what I'm saying is just wrong.
No, Joe, we're not going to do. Well, everybody, time out for just a second. A couple of quick things. First of all,
so I'll acknowledge Bobby Drake, and you know what? I'll say this. Forgive me for cutting you off real quick. I'll say this, right? For those of you that were hurt by that statement, that half of y'all would be speaking French, I apologize. I was not saying that to hurt you. I was saying that to bring awareness and acknowledgement to the fact that things could have been different.
But
it wasn't different. Everything that Dave Anderson said was correct. It wasn't different. And since it didn't land well, I apologize for that.
Okay, let me ask you this question. One question I want to ask Joe. Do you know what a backhand compliment is?
It wasn't a backhand compliment. Yes, I know what a backhand compliment is. It wasn't a backhand compliment. It was a straight up compliment. It was a straight. I added a caveat to it. I added more context to it.
Let me jump in real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like a couple of things that I had a problem with on the clip with this. You know, it came off, like Dave said, it came off the way that you spoke, like we needed Haiti to become free.
Which is a historical,
and that's an interpretation. That's the interpretation.
But that's an interpretation based on your words. You said if it weren't for us, those were your words. If it weren't for us, y'all would have been XYZ blase squaze.
Okay.
I want you listen to my point. This is what I want you to understand. Because in your video, in your response, you said a number of times that we don't understand why FBAs are having this reaction. That's why they're having this reaction. Everything that you said in that video is exactly why you're getting the reactions that you're getting. You're coming off as condescending. You're coming off as, you needed us to accomplish this. And what is basically taking away or minimizing our gains and our struggle. That's how it felt. And that's
what's interesting, right?
Hold on.
The FBAs that know me personally.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you talk. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Additionally, you went into talking about how a lot of Black Americans don't know their own history, and you're not as intelligent as Tariq Nasheed, because what I want to get into is the other stuff that you said, because they focused in on that one comment.
I'm going systemically down the list.
You said a whole litany of things that were condescending, and like you were looking down your nose at Black Americans on that thread.
Yeah,
that is the problem. You ask why you have this reaction from Black Americans. That's why everything that you said in that clip. And I wonder if you even realize that you're doing the very thing that you are harping about, that you're upset about, that you read about. You read hot about this, and people doing it to you supposedly. And you're actually doing that very thing, whereas you're denigrating people when you're trying to make a point or trying to make some very ill-placed, poor taste jokes, as you call them. You understand? Like that was all foul. Additionally, you ended with another one that really bothered me. Y'all would rather listen to Spin That.
I was going to let that be.
You make it sound like, as Black Americans, we just, our culture is nigga shit. Okay, and you're giving all of it.
No, wait. Hold on, guys. Ask him what he meant by that. No. Let's stay with the one.
That's what I'm asking. What did you mean by that?
What did you mean by that particular statement when you said y'all would rather listen to Spin That? What did that mean? Was that a joke too?
There's a lot of stuff in there that you said.
No. Hold on. Wait. Let him answer the question. What did you mean by y'all would? What did you mean by y'all would rather listen to Spin That? No. A lot of y'all would rather listen to Spin That. What did you mean by that? Quantify a lot, and what was your intention behind that? Was that a joke as well?
Because there are a lot of our people that would
rather. How many? Who is R? Black. Because you just said y'all. So Black people in general, including you, including your wife, including your family.
Did you guys see all 3 videos?
Yes, all 3. We're going to say we need to stay. Listen, here's the thing: you can't move the argument. Stay on this one point. Let's not talk about the other videos. We're going to get there. We got a whole lot of show to do. Can you just quantify and qualify what you meant when you said a lot of y'all would rather listen to Spin That? What did you mean? And what is that? No.
A lot is more than 5.
No. Stop, Joe. I'm trying to give you the. I'm really trying to help you out, bro. I promise you, I am. Respectfully, I am trying to help you out. I love the Haitian people, and I'm trying to help you. So please let me help you. I'm asking, as a person who programmed radio stations all across the country and on 2 other continents, what do you mean by a lot of y'all? Because when I was number 1 in Philadelphia, when I was number 1 in Miami, it wasn't a lot of y'all. I was number 1, 25 to 54. What is a lot of y'all? And what did you mean behind that comment? Specifically, not the other videos, not anything else you said, the Spin That part of the comment. That's what Major Gaze was asking, and go.
What I meant when I say a lot, more than 5, more than 10, okay? Individuals that would rather focus on ignorant music, ignorant nonsense, than educating themselves.
And how 5% don't move the needle. No. He said more than 5, more than 10. Are you talking percent or are you talking people?
I'm just talking people. I cannot.
So more than 10 people.
I cannot,
you can't qualify
honestly,
that. So
honestly, I cannot honestly quantify that, give you a number. I can't say 20%, 30%. I don't have those numbers in front of me to even say that. But I've been in touch and interacted with more than 10 people that would rather. I mean, personally, I just can't stand that song, that record. But I come across
neither, but that's not the point.
Too many people. I come across too many people that would rather focus on ignorant nonsense than to educate themselves and better themselves.
What's your favorite form of music, sir?
I say a lot. You know, I'm not saying 80%, 60%. I'm sure it's probably.
So you're not saying the majority.
Of course, I'm not saying the majority.
Because when you say a lot to an audience that does not have the intellectual, are you a college graduate, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go to college?
FSU.
Okay, awesome. My question is, when you say a lot to the average American who may not have your college training, they're going to take it as if you're saying the majority. I can tell you in radio and broadcasting and media, when we hear a lot, that means a domination. Okay. You understand what I'm saying to you? So again, statistically speaking, right? So what I'm trying to get you to understand is, really quickly, when are you trying to say in any, and I'm asking, this is a yes or a no, just a yes or a no is fine. Are you trying to say that foundational Black Americans, by and large, are listening to hip hop, and because that particular song is what we would rather spend our time doing? Because I'm still Major Gage hasn't gotten an answer, which is what did you mean by that, and how do you what was the purpose of even saying that?
No, I was focusing primarily on actually a smaller percentage of Black Americans that are focused on the ignorance. I think that there's a great large percentage of Black people that are actually doing great and doing wonderful things, but we don't see it on the media. We don't see it on television.
And why is that, sir? No, wait, Anthony. Let me work. Why?
Because we don't control majority of media.
Who is we?
We meaning Black people in general.
So Black people. So you're are you including yourself and your people?
In
no. I didn't ask the question. Are you including yourself and your people in the ignorance of y'all would rather be listening to spin that?
If you heard everything, if you heard all three parts, I did acknowledge that there are ignorant Caribbean folks too. That there are a lot of ignorant folks in the Caribbean that are saying ridiculous things. So I did acknowledge that too. I'm not here just trying to point fingers at one group and not acknowledging that. Hold on. There's ignorance in both sides and all sides.
Right. But do you understand how when you and your lovely wife sit down and start talking about FBAs at the beginning of a video, and then throughout that video, you're talking about FBAs, it comes off that you're only talking about FBAs from a big me, little you perspective, and that you're condemning us as opposed to including yourself in it, because you didn't say the diaspora. The entire video would lead anybody with just two connected brain cells together, not necessarily your level of intellect or college training, to believe that you're talking specifically about foundational Black Americans and our quote unquote ignorance. My question to you is, do you know who signed Young Miami?
No.
Do you know what label she's on without Googling it?
No.
Do you know who the Bellari family is?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with Lucian Grange?
Yes.
Who is Lucian Grange?
Isn't he a Jewish dude that a media he pretty much runs a lot of the hip hop music that we hear and listen to?
Mm-hmm. And so if we don't control it, and that's the image that goes out into the world, and you just established that Lucian Grange is one of these 6 or 7 individuals who is of Jewish heritage, statistically, that is not an indictment on the Jewish people, then it is safe to say that that is not in the control of foundational Black Americans, Jamaican Americans, Haitian Americans, or anybody else, correct? So if somebody puts something... So somebody puts something out in a lexicon that is ignorant based on a profit margin, and then do you know who consumes the majority of hip hop music? Who buys and consumes the majority of hip hop music in America?
Caucasians.
So if Caucasians are the ones who are buying it and doing it, isn't it true that by your same logic and by your same definition that the majority of them would rather be doing ignorant stuff as well? Because I didn't hear you say anything about the white people who consume this on a regular basis. There's even old people on TikTok doing a challenge saying where all my scamming ass Negroes at. So I'm trying to understand who is the y'all, and how do you distinguish that when you literally created an environment that makes people assume logically, based on the fact you started off the video condemning what you didn't like about what FBAs were saying and they were pushing back on y'all, and then say y'all would rather listen to debaucherous music like Young Miami? I'm trying to understand. I'm really trying to get clarity. Is that about right, Major Gage? Is that what you were trying to ask?
It sounds like he was talking to us.
Oh, okay, cool.
Well,
that's what I thought
too.
And that was yet another hurtful thing that he said in that video. It sounds like he's talking directly to us, because the whole video, all he's talking about and all he's talking down to is us.
No, I was talking to a particular, not all, but I was talking to a particular group.
Who are you talking to?
But the subject is
and Dave, Dave, I received what you said in terms of how a lot.
Well, let him talk.
I received what you said in terms of how a lot can sound like to people, right? So, I will receive that. Okay.
So, who was your target?
Who was my target? Just the
who was your target
amongst us.
The ignorant ones of whom? Because if you started off
Black.
the video with FBAs, do you concede that when you started off the video talking about FBAs, it would logically make people believe that that's who you were talking about specifically? Because I didn't hear you say you or your wife. Do you know the song? Have you listened to the song?
Yeah, I how could you not? Like everyone have heard
my
it, even
question
when you're
is,
trying not to.
Is every piece of music you listen to apps like Vivaldi or Bach, Beethoven or Brahms?
No, he listened to Sweet Mickey.
No.
Who do you listen to that you would consider? Wait. No, real quick. Who do you listen to that you would consider debaucherous and ignorant that you actually like?
That I actually like?
Mm-hmm.
I that I actually like, debaucherous that I actually like.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really think.
So everything you listen to is absolutely above board.
I'll give you.
You stated that
I'll give you a slow pitch. Wait, I'll give you an underhand softball pitch. Here's when to get you started. Don't use this example, but this will kind of get you down that road. Doom, 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 doom. Bet that ass sound familiar? Any other music in that?
That is debauchery. I was in college when that came out.
Did you like it?
Did I like it? I
Did you like it? It's a yes or no.
You're working with some ass, you're bad, yeah.
I mean, like, to be quite honest, it's not something that I enjoy listening to right now.
Oh my God! You're the most disingenuous person I've ever met.
Do I like it? Do I like? No, I'm asking. You would like.
Because
I
you
would
just
never
said
put that
everything
on my.
you listen to is not above board. So I'm asking you, if you listen to things that you like that aren't. Listen, bro, I can tell you right now.
No, I don't play that. No, because I have my playlist, and you would never find that song.
Pull your playlist up right now. Show everybody your playlist.
My brother in Christ, I listen to some of the most refined hip hop and R&B right now, and I'm telling you right now, as a 38-year-old man, when I hear those strings come on anywhere, if I'm in Target, if I'm riding down the street, if I'm on my way to work, if I'm missing, hear those strings go off, I'm looking up like a prairie dog trying to see something shaking around.
You know what? I'll give you one. I'll give you one song that I actually do like. That I actually do like. Is that song from Trick Daddy?
Which one?
Anybody want to muck and die?
Can't fuck with
I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
But
wait. So having listened to that song, and I've known Trick for God, almost 3 decades now. My question to you is, have you ever committed a crime, sir?
Have I ever committed a crime? Have I?
You have to think. That's a yes or no.
Pending. If you haven't been charged or you don't have warrants, don't claim to it now. But anything in the past,
anything in the past when I was a teenager, pretty much, yeah.
We ain't DJ Vlad up here. We ain't getting people cased up.
No, I'm not trying to case him up.
When I was a teenager, yeah.
And what were you listening to when you committed that crime, or around the time that you committed that crime? What were your favorite songs?
What were they playing in 1998, 99?
Oh man,
what was out there? What was jamming in '99? Whatever that was.
Juvenile was jamming. Juvenile was records taking over for the 99 and 2000.
Cash Money, Juvenile,
Master P,
No Limit, No Limit Soldiers,
And so by your own admission, there's music that you listen to, and
I was a Nas fan. I was a huge Nas fan growing up. I was a Nas fan. Right, I didn't even mess with Jay-Z like that. Like I grew up liking Nas. Like right now, my favorite hip hop artist right now is J. Cole. Right, I mean, So a lot. There were some crazy, and you know what? I put a post up on my Facebook in regards to the Young Miami song, right? And in that post, pretty much I mentioned that what's missing in today's culture is the balance of the music that celebrated us, that celebrated our achievements, our accomplishments, and overcoming the many things that we have gone through. So that's I made a post. When I say we Black folks, you understand that? Okay, I don't know if you know, right? Like for instance, there's a lot of Caribbean folks, right, that contributed to the FBA, to Black Americans.
Most certainly. And Louis Farrakhan, Harry Belafonte, I could do that all day. Yes. But you know what Malcolm I never saw? You know what I never saw? I never saw Malcolm X or Louis Farrakhan get up there and disrespect our people, correct our people in love, absolutely. But disrespect our people like you have done? And not one, not two, but at least 3 videos I've seen, sir. No, we're not going to compare what our ancestors and our yes, sir.
We got all of them.
We got all of them. Like I was saying before I was interrupted, I don't remember the minister or Malcolm or Harry Belafonte doing anything other than correcting us in love. You corrected us from a, for a lack of a better term, a tetheristic elitist perspective that is not at any way, shape, or form well. And by the way, question for you. You're of Haitian descent, is that correct?
Correct.
How far do you go back in America?
Well, my grandfather came from America.
So your grandfather came from America?
Yes.
So your grandfather's American.
He came.
Oh, no,
he came to Haiti during the American occupation of Haiti. He came in with a lot of what you call it, the
refugees.
The Catholic. No, he came in with the Catholics.
He was a padre.
The ministries. He came in with the ministries. Went into Port-au-Paix,
a missionary.
Haiti. Yeah, missionary. There you go. Yes.
Oh, so your grandfather was a missionary. So you're talking 2 generations as opposed to my 17.
And
okay,
yeah. So,
Got
but by
So-
like even I have very mixed heritage, even though I'm from Haiti. Like my last name is Wesley. Wesley is not a French name. It's actually a British name.
I get it, but you're not claiming Britain. You're claiming Haitian, correct?
No, I first and foremost, like I consider myself a humanist, right? I claim Earth, right? I'm a humanist first. Okay. I do claim Haiti because that's a reality. That's the truth. That is who I am. That's why I was.
So you're a Haitian American, and that's okay. That's a rich culture, right? You're a Haitian American. So my question to you is, go ahead. I'm sorry. I have a question, but I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So here's what I'm trying to understand, right? Have you been to Haiti before?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, you and your wife are very well spoken. You seem very educated. You seem like kind, nice people. And your wife is of Jamaican descent. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. My question is, with all of this knowledge, with your FSU education, with all of this passion and vitriol you seem to have to correct us,
no vitriol.
It kind of seems that way, especially when you just can't cop to a fact that you hurt people by saying something that you qualified as a joke. And as a comedian that is written for your favorite comedians, I'm trying to understand where the premise, the setup, the punchline, and the callback was, but I digress. My question to you is, don't you feel like your ancestral homeland needs things like, I don't know, cultural infrastructure, irrigation, roads, electricity, ports, market access, and serious private sector development that should take priority over you criticizing foundational Black Americans?
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm very well aware of what America has done and it has continued to do in Haiti to keep Haiti in the condition that it's in.
Certainly. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, as a person that is of above average intelligence, which I believe you consider yourself to be, at least based on your videos and you being here, don't you think that some of that effort, or let me put it another way, what efforts have you made from a financial or physical standpoint in order to rebuild your ancestral homeland?
Well, here's the thing, right? So I've been to Haiti. Last time I was in Haiti was, I think, the year 2014. Okay. So and when I went to
12
Haiti,
years ago,
right? Yeah, when I went to Haiti, what I recognize and what I acknowledge, especially speaking to many Haitian brothers and sisters that are there. Okay, and when Haitian people send help to Haiti, right? A lot of the help that you send don't necessarily reach or even help the Haitian people at all. You have a lot of foreigners that are in Haiti that find a way to get their hands on the help that you send, and they utilize it for themselves. So
but if you're there physically, though, if you're there physically on the ground, like, do you have a 501c3 nonprofit to help Haiti that you could have somebody over on your mother land?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't have that. No, I don't.
Are you not capable of that, sir?
Not at the moment. No, I'm not. But this,
so you're
this
not,
is what I recognize.
But my question to you is, it just seems like your priorities might be a little bit out of whack. So, for example, right?
No, like, I don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to cut you off because.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, like you're not going to do a great job speaking for me in terms of who I am.
I'm not. I said it seems to me. I didn't say what your intentions were. I said it seems to me. I can only go by what I see, because I saw you say some things that you said it was a joke. I saw you say something else, and then you said, well, no, I was talking about all of us, but it doesn't come out that way, sir. I want you to understand that sometimes when you say things, they come out a certain way. And my thing is, if you got all of this smoke for foundational Black Americans,
and that's
why
where
don't
you're
you
wrong.
have smoke for the? I'm telling you how it comes off.
And that's where, and I'm going to stop you right
there.
So
I want you to. Okay, so then please explain that you don't have smoke for us.
No, I don't have any smoke for foundational Black Americans. Why would I have smoke from foundational Black Americans?
I don't know. Why would you make a video starting off talking about why would you make a video off here talking about who foundational Black Americans are in the comments, and then proceed to joke about everything to everybody that isn't specific about foundational Black Americans that you started the video on? Usually when I watch a movie, like when I watch The Wizard of Oz, I'm not expecting Luke Skywalker because he's not in that movie. If Luke Skywalker shows up in Oz to fight the Wicked Witch, and then Dorothy goes to fight Darth Vader, I done came across a bootleg on Tubi. So I'm trying to understand how you go from one thing to something else, sir.
So let me ask you something, right? So
anything, feel free.
So is it okay? Because in the video, I acknowledge the many positive things, the good things, the things that are powerful and great about foundational Black Americans, right? I acknowledge those things, right?
Sure.
So can I? So it seems to me, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that because I'm not quote unquote FBA, I can only acknowledge what is right about FBA, and I'm not allowed to acknowledge what is wrong. I cannot criticize where criticism is actually needed. I'm only allowed.
Hold on, wait. He's asking me. Let me get him. Go ahead, bro.
So why is it that none of the positive things are acknowledged, right? But when I offer criticism, it's a problem.
Can I ask you a question? To answer your question, I want to ask you something, because it's very important to how I structure my answer, because I want to give you a real honest answer. Because again, I don't have any hate or vitriol for you. I'm just going off of what I see.
And I have no hate or vitriol for you either.
And I don't feel like you, Joe. Listen, man. My whole thing is we're really good on understanding. Are you a Christian, man? Are you Muslim? Like, what is your spiritual belief? I'm just curious.
Well, I grew up Christian, but I grew up. My father was a minister, so I grew up. Actually, I grew up in a Black American church.
I saw that. So that's what I wanted
to. Ushered, I did all of that, right?
Amen.
So I grew up with plenty foundational Black American friends, and the friends that know me. Right, the perception that you guys have of me, they don't have that. It's
completely wrong. Yeah, because you're probably not going online and shitting on them. But let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. In all that time that you were ushering and you grew up in the church and your father was a minister, did you ever hear Matthew 7:3 through 5?
Please remind me. Go ahead.
Matthew 7:3 through 5 in the New International Version of the Bible, because I'm a theologian, by the way. It says basically, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in yours? That's why. I don't mind you speaking on my people, not at all. But my thing is, you have a lot of things happening with your people that I don't see you speaking on in the same amount that I've seen you speak on my people. And I'm trying to understand why.
So how much of me do you actually know? How much of me that
only what I've saw, only what I've seen on Facebook. Right. I've never been to your house. I've never had dinner with you. But all I can go by, if anybody is there anybody who can other than Joe? Is there anybody on this panel who would say that he speaks a lot more about foundational Black American issues and concerns than he does of what's happening on his ancestral homeland? Am I wrong in saying that based on what you guys have seen? Because y'all known him longer than I have. Am I wrong in saying that?
You're not wrong at all.
Is there anybody in the comments who thinks that what I'm saying is somehow unfair based on what he's put out there? Can you direct me to 3 videos right now on your channel that we can go to, that we can pull up? Y'all can pull this up, right? Major Gage, you pull this up. Can you direct him to 3 videos where you're talking specifically about Haiti and what Haiti needs to do? Not blaming America, but what Haitians in America need to do for Haiti, or the concerns that you have about the way that Haiti's infrastructure is absolutely lackluster. Can you pull those up rapidly, quickly? Can you show him where to go?
I have videos that I've done a few years ago in
A few years ago. How long ago did you do the 3 videos in question?
Oh, that was recent.
So recently, you've been talking about my people, but you ain't talked about yours in years. Do you see how that's a little bit bothersome? How that might be a little hypocritical? How that can be perceived as something that's a bit negative?
Okay, let me ask you something. How often are you with me and talking with me and converse with me?
Never.
Never.
Just right
never.
now.
So
that has nothing to do with what we just said.
It's fair to say that you really don't know me, huh? It's fair.
I sure don't.
Right? You don't.
And guess what? You really don't know me.
Okay.
You didn't know.
And I'm learning.
Right.
And I'm learning you
again.
Right?
But again, this is one conversation. All I'm saying is, again, you have a microphone, you have a camera, and by your own admission, you haven't talked about Haiti in quite a few years, but you've been talking about foundational Black Americans over the past few weeks. Did I get that wrong? It's a yes or a no.
Okay, let me say to you this. I grew up in America.
And guess what?
Matter?
It matters. But again, I'm handling the business of my. Do you hear me speaking on Haiti other than when Haitians bring up my people?
In Haiti? Did you grow up in Haiti?
I did not. I sure didn't.
So, but if you grew up in Haiti, you'll probably be speaking about Haiti more so in Haiti, right?
Really? So the business I do in Haiti, I'm not. I don't speak about Haiti
because like there's nuances here that you
But you don't.
You don't. You just made your own. You just made his point.
I don't made my point for me.
Grew up in Haiti.
Those folks get checked too. Does that change your bloodline, though, sir? Does that change your bloodline?
Those people get checked too, though. I've seen a number. I've seen a number of videos where you have Black folk who either they're expats, they've relocated to places in the Caribbean or other places. I've seen probably maybe the lion's share of the videos I've seen have been from foundational Black Americans or Black Americans who have expatriated over to Ghana, and they've made content. They've said some things that were deemed unflattering by the people native there. And they got a whole bunch of blowback from the people that they're looking around saying, hey, you're not from here. You're not one of us. It don't matter if you live here. You can't say such and such about us. So that's a universal thing. That is not restricted to just here. People, just because you live among the people, and there's respect to that to a degree, but just because you live among a people don't give you license to fully operate as those people. You are still ultimately a guest. You might be a distinguished guest. You might be an esteemed guest, but you are still very much a guest.
I've been in America for 40 years.
It does not matter. Listen. How long can I ask you
it
something?
Doesn't matter to you.
You're in Florida. No. Wait. I'm making a bigger point. Can I ask you a question?
I've had experiences where nobody believed. Nobody thought that I was Haitian. I wasn't treated like I'm Haitian. Nobody didn't look at me like I'm Haitian.
No one knows you're Haitian until you open your mouth, right? And you opened your mouth and claimed that you were Haitian, right? You opened your mouth and said that your wife was Jamaican, right? So let's not back up off of that. Like now it's we are the world.
Hold on a sec. No.
I'm not just Haitian.
You love jumping to conclusions about stuff that you have no idea, that you know nothing about.
I can only go by what you put out there, bro. Here's the thing.
You're not going by what I put out there because you haven't seen what I put out there. You're going by one video.
Yes, one video. That's
a few more
that you put out for public consumption.
That's what we're on this live about.
But you haven't seen everything else that I put on. Because what it seems like to me is that.
Do y'all mind if I just go get some ice for my drink? Can I go get some ice for my drink?
Go ahead.
Y'all got it. I'll be right back.
I'm not talking about none of this. I don't care what you could have made. You could have made videos about so many other videos about anything. Fucking petting dogs. I don't care. The video that I'm talking about is what I asked Major to bring up and to dissect a lot of the bullshit that you said in those videos. And one of the things that you said that I had a problem with, right? Because it's very hypocritical. You sat back and say FBAs have a problem with Haitians and Haitians have a problem with FBAs, and we are being divisive and tribal against Caribbean. FBAs are being tribal against Caribbean people and people from the diaspora. That's why we have this show called the Diaspora Wars. So my thing is, how can you sit back and say that you're having issues, FBAs is having issues with Haitians and being tribal, but yet when you talk about 1804 that you're so proud about, and you say that you have so much knowledge and you have all this knowledge, why are you not educating the Haitian people and the Jamaican people that 1804 was about Haiti and Jamaica?
Yeah, it was about Haiti. Yeah, with Bookman.
How many people you think know that Bookman was Jamaican?
Well, first and foremost, you're not in my circle, right? So
I'm talking about the mass majority. You keep talking about anomaly, and that's what I hate. Because a lot of men and women
you
use
jump into
anomaly
conclusion
cases
about
to
stuff
make
that you have no
statistical
idea
facts,
that you know
and that's
nothing about.
bullshit.
No, okay, you know what? You can call it bullshit, right?
It is.
You are allowed to your interpretation, and which really is a misinterpretation.
You're using anomaly situations to make statistical claims. That's
what
fucking
statistical
bull.
claim did I make? What statistic did I state any
You just
stats?
got, like I said, I talked to five
You
people.
jump to conclusion
and
again. Okay,
based on five
first and
people
foremost, we're men, right? If we're men, we're men, right? So because you're taking a very emotional approach, you're in your feelings.
I'm not taking an emotional approach.
Yes, you are,
I
my
just
brother.
don't deal with people that sit back and use
let's bring it down.
backhanded compliments. You don't even realize you're using backhanded compliments. You sit back and talk about FBAs and all the good things they do, and then you say some bullshit, and then you talk about FBAs and all the good things they do.
This is the reason why I asked Dave the question. This is why I asked Dave the question. Am I only allowed
D's and F's that foundational blacks? You said D's and F's, right?
So am I? Yeah, I say that shit all the time on my Facebook page. I speak
and how
about
many
anybody.
foundational blacks
see the
make
Europeans?
D's and
You
F's?
should see the ignorant white folks that I'm arguing with all the time.
No. I'm saying how many foundational blacks make D's and F's?
How many? I don't know.
So why would you say it like that's a statistical?
And why are you in your feelings about it?
You might be around
because it's
FBA
disrespectful.
that you think makes D's and F's,
that's
statistically. And I can tell you right now, I can point this out with facts. That foundational blacks.
Did he just did he just hate me? Did he just rage quit? Did another
because that's bullshit.
That happened.
Come on, man.
I have statistical facts right here that FBAs have the fastest literacy turnaround in 40 fucking years than any other race of people out there. So don't talk about FBAs being fucking ignorant and low IQ, because all the Caribbeans and all the diaspora, all they focus on is fucking education, because that's all y'all can focus on. I'm from fucking Jamaica. 1996 was the time I went down there with my family. The last time I've been back to Jamaica was 2020 to bury my uncle. In that time, the motherfuckers in Jamaica only put up a fucking highway that was operated and owned by China, and fucking did a little bit of work to the fucking airport. You still got shanty towns. You still got fucked up roads. You still got fucked up infrastructure from 1996 to 2020. So don't tell me about shit about the Caribbeans when y'all ain't doing shit out there. Me and my brother is on a pathway right now to go help fix the goddamn health system. How the fuck in the health system in Jamaica, you got to sit there and wait a whole fucking day, and you might not even make it in there because the health system is so fucking backwards.
Real quick, a couple of things. First of all, and I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? And I need to be very, very clear on the record, because sometimes this stuff gets lost in the sauce. Every person of immigrant ancestry is not a tether. But people who speak out against foundational Black Americans from a disrespectful standpoint, especially when we fought, bled, and died for the right for other Black people throughout the alleged diaspora to come over here, owe us a debt of gratitude. I don't go into anybody's house and do that. The point I was trying to make to Mr. Joe, and I don't know what happened when I had my headphones off, what happened when I left to get my ice, because my tea was getting warm.
Hold on, he's coming back. Hold on.
You get cut off?
Okay, yeah, sorry about that, man. That was accidental. You know, that ain't my style. I don't rage quit or nothing like that.
Okay, good.
I hope not.
I was a little worried.
I hope not. That was
yeah. I accidentally, because I'm using my camera and grabbing my drink. I accidentally hit this thing that kind of knocked my mic off, my camera off. So I apologize for that. But go ahead. I heard everything that you said, Anthony. I heard everything
you had us worried
said.
there for a second, man.
Oh no. I don't float. I don't dodge nobody, man. So, I heard everything Anthony was saying, and I say this, man, like, look, it's not my intentions to hurt anybody's feelings, but sometimes we get too much into our feelings where we're too busy arguing and fighting and not necessarily having dialogue, not necessarily having conversations in the proper way in which we could come together. Right. So yes, some of you, some people, yes, you got offended. I apologize that I offended you. It was not my intention to offend you. However, we have to be able to have proper dialogue instead of just raging out on one another because it just looks bad.
But do you?
Right?
It doesn't look bad.
Whoa, guys, y'all can't do that. Like, listen, we can talk calmly real quick.
Okay, just let me reply to that. I just want to reply to that.
You gotta.
It looks, the only way it looks bad, and like I said, I never came on here with the intentions to go back and forth or do all of this bullshit. My thing is, as men, like I said before, as men, you take accountability for your wrong actions. There's plenty of times I came on this podcast and I had sit back, whether Major or Bobby corrected me on something I said, and I said, you know what? Thanks for correcting me. I apologize, because that's what people do in order to grow and move forward. But when you sit back and people are telling you it's wrong and you're saying, oh, well, that's not me. People don't know you. And your video went viral. There's people out there that's seeing you for the first time and taking everything you said as face value, whether they become a follower or not. That's the dangerous point behind it.
Anthony, have you been listening? Because Dave said, right, that when I say things like a lot, because he's from radio, he understand how people may perceive things better than I, right? So I'm new to this, right? And I said, you know what? I received it. Okay, and me receiving it is pretty much me telling myself that, you know, I have to be more careful in terms of how I phrase my terms, right? So people don't get offended. And I've stated it was not my intention to offend anybody, and I apologize for it. Okay, I've said that, right? And I stated that, yo, I was saying a joke. Okay, and I asked Dave a simple question: am I only allowed to acknowledge the positive things of the FBA and not able to criticize? Right?
And what was my answer, sir?
You know, and then Anthony, you just went off of me talking about Haiti. I didn't grow up in Haiti. I'm not living in Haiti. But what I've learned about Haiti, what I've seen about Haiti, in terms of what I understand when it comes to America and their foreign policies and how they deal with other nations, to be quite honest with you, there's nothing that I can do or even Haitians in Haiti can do, because we have no military power. We have no military power.
Did you hear what I just said? What? Did you hear what I said? You said you heard everything when you had went out. You heard everything I said. I said me and my brother are going to go correct the health system in Jamaica. I'm not on here talking shit about FBAs, because FBAs have done me good from day one I came up here. So that's why I took offense to what you said, because I knew what you were saying was disparaging, because I know history. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've had racists block me for saying shit that they thought that I did not know. So what I'm saying to you is to come up here and have that dialogue. If you sit back and, like I tell everybody, clean your own house before you go and criticize somebody else's fucking house. There is things in the diaspora that you don't need. You don't even need what Dave was telling you to go out there and change. You can do the minimum shit to go change something in your household, in your homeland. And that's what I said. That's all I said, and I land my plane on that.
All right,
well, my brother, you say that with a lot of anger, a lot of frustration, and a lot of emotions.
I'm not angry.
So you're reducing what he's saying.
You're being dismissive. Are you understanding that the
I
anger and the frustration
understand.
is coming from what you are saying? It's coming from your attitude. It's coming from your vantage point towards us. You talking down your nose to us.
I'm not
when
talking
we are
down.
The only reason that you are here.
I'm not okay.
What are you
right.
talking about?
Wait. We're doing this in a way that is not giving Joe an understanding. So if I could, can we play a hypothetical situation, Joe? Because I really want you to get this in a real way. How long have you known your wife?
Well, I've known her for about like four years or so now.
And how old are you?
I'm 45.
Cool. If I were in an alternate universe, and keep in mind I'm a very happily married man, but this is for demonstration purposes only. if I were to say something that you would deem offensive to your wife that to me isn't that big of a deal, how would you respond?
If you were to say something that is offensive to my wife,
correct, about your wife to you, how would you respond?
Me? Oh, I would respond to you directly. I would.
And how? But how? In what way? What would your response be? If I were to say, "Oh, I don't know, hey, your wife is stacked like a can of Pringles, and I like that," how would you feel?
It would be in the way in which I know for a fact that you will hear me and understand me.
And what is that way? Can you be specific, please?
That all depends on the nature of your behavior. So if you're aggressive, you're loud, then I may have to deal with you based on that. If you're calm, you're cool, and you're collective, then I would deal with you based on that. So based on the energy that you give off, I will match your energy.
So if I'm calm, cool, and collective, and I say that your wife is stacked like a can of Pringles, and I want some of that, you're still gonna respond to me in a calm and cool and collective manner?
No,
you wouldn't find that offensive. You wouldn't find that offensive.
No,
would you find it offensive? So wait. But if I didn't mean it if I didn't mean it that way, if I was just joking, if I was just a person I'm not responsible for how you took it.
Hold on a sec. Are you telling me this, or are you telling my wife this?
I'm telling you.
You telling me this? Now, I would definitely talk to you about it.
Okay, so if I go up to your wife in front of your face and tell her she's
my wife, now we're fighting. If you go up to my wife, I might just smack you. If you go to my wife in front of my face, in front of my face, not only did you disrespect her, you disrespect me, you disrespecting everything. So
stop right there, y'all. Don't y'all say nothing else. Hold on. Yeah. So now you understand, because now remove your wife and put my people in that same category, because what you did was you not only offended me, you offended my wife, my daughters, my grandfather who ran through the night away from the Klan in order to get to a naval recruitment station to fight in a war to make sure that people like you and your grandfather could come over here. And what you did, because whether you meant it or not, I literally just put you in my shoes, sir. What you did was debaucherous, disrespectful, intellectually disingenuous, and downright arrogant and elitist, whether you meant it or not, whether it was a joke or not, because you knew exactly how you felt the second I put your wife into a situation. I, as a man, would keep your wife's name out of my mouth, because if you said something about my wife, I'm going to break your neck. So, if that is the case, I need you in that moment to think about when you make these videos alluding to, joking about, making a response because you feel like you can say whatever you want, positive or negative, about my people whose ancestors fought in every single war since before the inception of this country, before there was a Declaration of Independence that had been dried, before there was a constitution that was inked. For you to sit up here and speak down on my people, regardless of your intent, makes me and my people, makes me and my people feel exactly how you felt when I gave you an imaginary analogy about somebody disrespecting your wife. Because you're not just disrespecting me, you're disrespecting a lineage that predates your grandfather's foot stepping on my land, sir. And that is the difference. Do you understand now, sir? Yes or no?
I hear you. And
so you don't understand, and you're still dodging accountability.
Well, here's the context behind everything that you're saying, because I understand and I agree with some of the things that you said. Okay, but I also understand that how you're receiving what I said in terms of half of y'all would be speaking French. I think the sensitivity meter is a little bit too high.
Was the sensitivity meter too high? If I were to tell you, bring your wife in the room and let's see how sensitive. Bring your wife in the room and let's see where your sensitivity meter is.
I'm feeling. Okay. This is the issue that I'm having difficulty understanding here. Right? Is the fact that I know that, of course, that did not happen. Of course, the fact of the matter is, that is not the case, right? I know that. I understand that. You stated that earlier, and I'd agreed with you with that, right? And my comment and just said that half of you would be speaking French. Okay, I'm having difficulty understanding how that statement is as disrespectful to saying to coming to disrespecting your wife.
Here's why.
I'm
because
trying to,
again,
like,
you've known your wife
it
for 4
doesn't
years.
weigh the same.
No.
It's like,
you're
it's
right.
like
It doesn't
we're
weigh the
weighing
same.
feathers against oranges here.
If you have
Right?
800 tons of if you have 800 tons of feathers, right? And my feathers go all the way back to 1670. Your feathers go back, maybe, if I'm being generous, 80 to 100 years. If I were to come into your house and start talking about your food, your decor, that silly little red light behind you, you'd feel some type of way because it's your house and it's disrespectful. If I were to sit up here and say that, wait. If I were to sit up here and say that you could take third place in the singer Lloyd's lookalike contest with them tight ass Method Man wannabe braids on your head, you would feel like that was disrespectful. What I'm trying to say is, regardless of if it was a joke or not,
I think you did a great job.
oh, your wife did your hair? Yeah, I'm glad you didn't pay for it.
Relax,
I'm glad you didn't pay for it. So now you're beginning, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, because again, it seems that you have an issue with acknowledging when you hurt somebody, regardless of intent.
I just don't
You just
see
don't
it
care
as heavy
because you feel
you
feel entitled to disrespect my people.
I don't feel no, and that's where you like, you're continuously speaking for me. I
can only
don't
go by
feel
what
entitled to disrespect anybody.
So if we told you disrespected us, if we told you to disrespect, if I disrespected your wife and you told me, Dave, you disrespected my wife, what would you expect me to do?
But here where you're wrong. You're telling me I feel entitled. Like, you're continuously speaking for me, right?
You're right. Do you feel entitled? Because it comes off like you're entitled. It comes off like you're an elitist prick who does not appreciate where we are.
It comes off. That is your interpretation.
Okay, ask yourself a question, right? Here's what we know. Here's what we know. Wait. We gotta stop right there.
Answer my question.
Oh, I absolutely did
earlier.
I absolutely
did. I asked
did.
you earlier. Am I only allowed to acknowledge the positive things of FBA, and I cannot criticize FBA at all?
That's not
if it's factual.
Hold on, Anthony. He's asking me. No, wait, guys.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna come in after.
Let factual. Whoa. Hold on. No. Let's stay here. You're here.
I agree.
Talk to me. We're here.
If it's not factual,
no. Wait. Hold on. As a descendant of an immigrant that became a citizen in the United States, you have a First Amendment right to say whatever you want. As a First Amendment citizen in this country, you have every right to say whatever you like. What you don't do is have the right to be able to create your own facts, spin a narrative that could cause damage. What you basically did, whether you realize it or not, is the equivalent to my people as yelling fire in a crowded theater. The same way I don't have any issue with your braids, but you said, hey, no, my wife did this, that, and the third. Immediately, you went into correction mode because what I said hit something, whether you want to call it the sensitivity meter or whatever, that, you're like, hey, no, my wife did my hair. I like my hair. I think my hair is cool. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get you to understand, it doesn't matter about the interpretation. If the majority of people feel a certain way. So, for example, if you were on trial and a jury, wait. The beauty of the humanity, when we want to talk about something that's Pan-African, you got brown skin, I got brown skin, you got two ears and one mouth. So if I got two ears and one mouth, I should listen twice as much as I talk, but I had the floor. What I'm saying to you is, if you committed a crime, and we, meaning the gentleman other than me on this dais and the people who are in the comments, hear something, the jury's job is to interpret what is presented in front of them. Is that a correct statement? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So if the jury's job is to say that they're interpreting the facts as they're presented, and you just agreed with that, and they come back with a verdict of guilty, you done fucked up. You done said some shit that was absolutely reprehensible and disrespectful. Your feelings don't matter at that point because you've been convicted. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if we are, wait, stop. If we are interpreting what you said through that lens, and we are the jury reviewing the information that you said that's all we had to go on, and we find you guilty of disrespect, being a person who is being condescending, and a person that made statements and presented them as facts, even though you were joking, do you concede that if the majority of the people who are receiving the information, if we, the jury, see that information and say guilty, that maybe there's a possibility? Wait. I didn't finish the question. I did not finish the question. Sir, I did not finish the question. If we are presented the evidence that you put out, and that is the evidence we have to go by, not what you left in your cousin's basement, not videos from 3 years ago where you talked about Haiti, what you put out, and we come to the conclusion as a jury of your peers, because we all black, right? And we come to the conclusion that what you did was out of pocket, disrespectful, and reprehensible, and we find you guilty, what would happen to you in a court of law?
If the majority, that was the key. Yes, if the majority.
If the majority, what would happen? We've already established that the majority has found you guilty.
No, but that's not. But this is where you guys are not understanding. Because if you actually go into my post, read my comments,
sir,
it's not the majority.
About the comments. Sir, right now, where you are right now is a bunch of foundational Black Americans in the chat. There's a bunch of foundational Black Americans and allies on this dais telling you that you are wrong. There are hundreds of people watching you, and there will be thousands, if not millions, watching the replay of this. And the chops and all the other influencers and YouTubers who like to take clips and chop. So what I'm saying to you,
I'm wrong for saying that half of y'all would be speaking French.
No,
that I'm wrong for jokingly saying that half of y'all would be speaking.
You weren't.
French.
It did not come off as a joke, and you're staying on that one point.
And I get that.
Also, everything that you said,
it did not come off as a joke, right? So you took it serious.
Yeah. Okay. Did it come off as a joke when I sat up there and made that?
You interpreted it as serious.
Joe, let me ask you something. How did you interpret me saying your wife is stacked by a can of How did you interpret me saying your wife is stacked like a can of Pringles? Was I joking or was I serious?
But to be honest,
was I joking or was I serious?
Like a can of Pringles. Now, my wife is fine and she is stacked like that. So
how did you take that? Because I'm a man that's not her husband saying that about your wife. How did you take that? Did it make you feel good? Are you comfortable? Would you like me to come over?
Okay. Realistically speaking, right? Of course, this is hypothetical, right?
Yes, of course it's hypothetical, but I'm asking, how did it make you feel?
Because it's hypothetical, I don't feel nothing. But if this was real, then we would have a problem.
Okay, so we would have a problem. And why would we have a problem, sir?
Because it's real.
And it's real. And what does it mean if it's real, sir?
That means you have a particular intentions there. That means
I have particular intentions.
Your intention is to be disrespectful. Hear what I'm saying? That means you have an intention to be disrespectful.
So what was your intention when you made that video? Was that video your intention to make everybody laugh? That was funny for you? Because you said it was a joke.
Well, I had.
So was it funny? Was your intent? No, it's a yes or no. Was your intention when you sat down and planned that video with your lovely wife? Was that intention to make people laugh, or was that intention to be a condescending asshole who comes off like the one thing you don't like to be called, which is a musty, dusty, disrespectful tether? What was your intention?
My intentions was to separate those FBA that are like Tariq Nasheed, that are intelligent, that knows the history, versus those other FBA that are not intelligent, that does not know the history.
So wait, stop right there. So if that was your intention, why did you start a video with something? Because you said you want to separate the intelligent people like Tariq.
I said all of that.
No, wait. I'm asking the question. I know. You're not letting me ask the question. I want to ask the question so you can actually listen and hear it. If your intention, and correct me if I go wrong, if your intention was to separate the intelligentsia of the foundational Black community from the foundational Black American community that is ignorant, why in the world would you start that intention off with jokes? Because what you're talking about
started off with jokes. I did not start it off with jokes. Why
would you have jokes in it that you know could not have possibly been taken any other way but offensive? Okay. Where is that? Where?
Obviously, hold on.
I'll give you 10 grand right now if you can go to a comedy club and make that joke work.
Obviously, you don't know me, okay? And I'm
Dave,
giving you
a second. I want to say something real quick.
Oh, I was done. That's
you don't know me, and I'm actually.
Neither does the audience. Neither does the audience, sir. And the audience took it the same way. You made an egregious, disrespectful error, and I would like you to own it. Yeah, egregious.
Was it really that egregious?
Yes, it
Yes,
was.
it was.
Actually, no.
That's not the only thing you said.
Because here's the thing, right?
Because so many other things.
Because here's the thing, right? The
you
reality
said so many
is,
other things, Joe. It's not just that.
I did say so many other things.
A lot of other slick things. You're not addressing those.
I criticized ignorance in the Caribbean community, and I criticized the ignorance in the FBA community. I criticized.
Where are those videos? How long ago did you make a Caribbean?
Where are they?
No, where? Where's the video? No, stop. Where is the video? What is the time and the date? And no, stop. Where is the video? Time and date stamp where you're specifically only talking about the Caribbean community and their ignorance. When did that happen? Go.
In the video that I posted, those 3 videos, it was 3 videos.
No. I'm talking specifically only about the Caribbean.
Do you want to receive anything, or you just trying to control the?
No, I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying.
No. You're trying to control the direction of the argument. I'm sorry, sir, but think like let's be realistic here, right?
Oh, I'm being very realistic. The truth is you don't. The truth is, you don't have a video specifically addressing Caribbean issues without bringing FBA into the conversation.
I have a video.
Where is it? I'm asking where it is.
Where is that video that I dropped?
No, not the videos that you dropped. I'm talking about the ones that do not have FBA in it, that you're specifically only criticizing your people or Caribbeans the same way that you're going hard for FBA.
Okay.
Please, where is that video? I just want to be able to see it.
In the
videos,
can
you show that to us?
In the videos,
what's the title of the video?
Listen to what I'm saying. Are you going to listen, or are you just going to continue to interrupt me? Because you're trying to control the direction of the conversation because you want it to go your way, right? So, and you're too busy being offended. You're too busy being offended that you're not trying to listen. All right. Okay. So Bobby Drake spoke earlier about listening. Okay. So hear what I'm saying. In those 3 videos, I criticized both Caribbean and FBA. I criticized them equally. Okay. In those videos, I actually gave far more praise to FBA in those videos. All right. I gave FBA their praise. That is the reason why I asked you that question earlier. Am I only allowed to give praise and not criticize? Because I criticize.
Did you miss Dave's correction? Dave's point earlier about correction out of love versus condescension and disparaging. Did you miss that point altogether?
He heard it. He don't want to acknowledge it.
I heard that. I heard that. I heard that, and you know what? I received that.
Right.
And what else?
So like we got to learn how to listen here. I'm listening to everything.
We are listening. That's why we're calling you out.
I don't listen. I don't listen
because
to bullshit.
We're listening to you. What we're
So,
hearing.
look, if you already made up your mind that it's bullshit and you ain't gonna listen, then that's on you.
No, give him the floor and let him explain, because he still hasn't answered my question.
That's what I acknowledge. I acknowledge your bullshit, and you're not man enough to be accountable for the bullshit you speak. That's why I haven't said anything.
And you're way too feminine in your emotions, man.
Now you're calling people feminine?
Because you're not
real quick.
Yeah, Anthony Malcolm, he is unlike you, Dave, and Bobby, and Major. You guys are stand-up gentlemen. Anthony is just yelling.
Niggas that's very emotional talking about, I feel like it's not the way
let him talk.
And Joe, hold on.
Let him talk. We'll come back to it. Let him talk. Give him the floor.
Let me say something real quick.
Okay.
Just for reference, just to kind of segue from this a little bit and kind of get to the heart of the issue that I'm hearing. This because again, you're saying that people aren't listening; they're just speaking. I'm listening to everything everyone's saying. Let me give this quick example, and I'll segue into my point. My favorite movie of all time, pound for pound, is Pulp Fiction. Love the movie. To me, it is the perfect film. It does everything right in my estimation. I'm not a filmmaker, but for me, it does everything right.
Yep.
One of the little cut stories in Pulp Fiction is about Bruce Willis's character, Butch. He's a boxer.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that happens in the film is Marcellus Wallace, Ving Rhames' character, is a mob boss and makes a deal with him and tells him, hey, you're going to go ahead and take this fight. You're going to fall. You're going to take the fall in whatever round. We're going to make a whole bunch of money off of you taking this L.
The fifth.
Thank you, sir.
The fifth, your ass goes down.
Butch has habitually been a loser-ass boxer. Another L would have been nothing to him, but he decided, you know what? This is too much for me. I'm not going to go and take an L because somebody tells me that I'm supposed to. If I'm going to take an L, it's because I get my ass whooped straight up. And so he decides to go ahead and fight, and he does not go ahead and take the dive like he promised to. Now, he made a promise to a mob boss. You know that's not going to turn out too well. So he packs his bags. He tells the girl, pack her bags. They're trying to get the hell out of Dodge. One problem. He left the watch back at the crib. Now, the watch is just a regular gold watch. It's not a Rolex or whatever, but the watch has some history. It's gone through 4 generations of his family. Literally, his great-grandfather had the watch in World War I. He got shot. He literally stashed the watch up his ass. Died of dysentery before he could take it out. Body gets shipped back. His grandfather gets the body and inherits the watch. His father goes off to war, I think, in World War II. Similarly, he stashed the watch up his ass. He dies of dysentery. Rinse, wash, repeat. His father goes ahead, has the watch. He dies in Vietnam. The watch is stuck up his ass. He dies of dysentery. Comes back. Now, Bruce Willis, is now the owner of this watch that has gone through 3 prior members of his family, all through the asshole. Now, he needs to get out of Dodge to save his life. He decides, however, I know my life is in danger. I know my girl's life is in danger, but I can't leave out of here without getting that damn watch.
Because it's his birthright.
A lot of people would say, my guy, that's a cheap ass watch. You could always go and buy another one. You can buy a better one and really honor your father. You can get it engraved and all kind of fancy shit and whatever you want to do. But he decides, no matter what, because this watch means something to me, even if it was a little bubblegum machine watch, whatever, I can't leave out of here without it, and it's worth me risking my life and the life of somebody else I love. Why'd I use that long-ass explanation other than getting to relive one of my favorite movies? It's because significance is specific to the owner. Now, the statement that you made, the joke that you made, in your mind, it's just a joke. It's no big deal. I don't understand what all the big kerfuffle is, what the brouhaha is. That's silly. It sounds like you're being emotional about it. You're really latching on too much emotion on it. And you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe that is being overly sensitive about that particular thing or that particular sentiment. But here's the thing, my guy. It's not on you to decide what other people should be sensitive about or not, or even what the sensitivity level should be. I've seen some dudes literally have their wife disrespected in front of them, damn near had their ass slapped or whatever, and they still didn't flinch about it. Oh, as long as he didn't take it further than that, it's no big deal, whatever. I know he likes what he likes to see. I've respectfully complimented some brothers on the sisters. Hey, man, you got a beautiful queen right there. I've had some dudes say, thank you, I appreciate it. I've had some dudes that want to make an issue out of it. And either way, I'm in no position to tell somebody else, hey, man, you in your feelings, just a compliment, lighten up. If you offended by it, you offended by it. And if I have good intentions, it shouldn't mean anything for me to say, I fucked up, my bad. I think the biggest issue, because there's other things that I would like for us to get to regarding the videos as well, too. But I think the biggest issue has been, in your mind, you're not able to move beyond, I don't get why they're so fucked up about this one thing I said. It's not that big a deal. And you're right to have that opinion in your mindset. But you were getting on Dave before, accusing him of trying to steer the argument and steer the discussion. But in your own way, you're doing the same thing by trying to basically, without doing it directly, tell people you shouldn't be that sensitive about it. Lighten up. It's no big deal. So in that respect, you're guilty of the same thing that you're accusing him of, whether you realize it or not. Now, all we can do is make you aware of it. We putting the ball in your hands. What you do with it is up to you. If you want to ball the fuck out, hey, do that. If you want to go ahead and get a turnover, that's also on you. But especially where you confessed before that, you're still new to the space of, creating content and making videos, and you have your little niche lane or whatever. If you have a significant, didn't say all, but if you have a significant portion of your audience that has given you pushback, and we're not talking about us, but we're talking about the people in your comments, your audience, who your content is reaching. If you have a significant amount of people that is saying, hey, man, we don't like this shit, this is fucked up, it behooves you, if you're trying to actually have some tenure, if you're trying to actually get your stuff out there, I assume you'd like to get monetized and make some paper off of that. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah,
it
right.
behooves you to go ahead and take the temperature and say, you know what? I might not necessarily bow down and kiss ass, But I need to hear what my people, because if they're watching your content, they're your people. I need to hear what my people are saying and see if I can tap into that or even learn from that so I can go forward and put out the proper content that I want to. Unless you're trying to be a contrarian, unless you're trying to be a hellraiser, then if that's the case, go forward. That's an easy lane to be in. But if you're trying to get a specific result or outcome, it behooves you to listen to what the people are saying and realize, you know what? For me, this is minor, but for them, this is something else. Let me tap into it. Let me be respectful and understanding of my people and tap into that and give the people what they want as best I can. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, everything you said, I received, and you know, you spoke well, and everything you said actually made perfect sense, and I receive it, and I get that. My audience is majority Caribbean. That's my audience. I criticize in those videos. I also criticize the Caribbean, and as far as the comments is concerned, many agreed with my criticism of those Caribbeans who step out of bounds when it comes to speaking negatively of FBA, right? And also, I do have quite a few FBA in the comments as well. A great majority of them did not disagree with me. A great majority of them did not find any offense to it. Now, a few did, of course. Those the few that do, of course, when you address those, of course, those tends to make greater content, right? But from my personal audience, there was really, you know, there's really no issue. And even with the FBAs that are friends with me that seen the content, they didn't have any problem with that. So I've only been it's only a few, and you guys, of course, okay, that have expressed, you know, issues with that statement, and that's why it was so difficult for me to actually even receive it, because because what I've been receiving as far as the majority has been a very agreeable in terms of what I put out. So, you know, and that's from my perspective. And I guess like I don't know, you guys are not necessarily considering or seeing my perspective, and I know that you guys want me to see your perspective, and I receive what you gave, and I receive everything, and I receive what Dave Anderson said, right? So and I acknowledge that, okay, yes, I apologize that comment hurt your feelings, that it hurt you, and that's not a backhanded compliment, Anthony. All right, I'm being sincere here.
Okay? I didn't say that was a backhanded compliment. I said in your video, you started off with FBAs and you start saying good things about FBAs. Then you start saying some real fucked up disparaging things about FBAs. Then you went back saying good things about FBAs. Then you went and said some more disparaging things about FBAs, and I acknowledged it. And I'm just showing you that is backhanded fucking compliment. I can sit back and say, hey, as an Asian man, you make good Chinese food, but damn, your eyes so slanted. You look like you smoke weed all day.
Okay.
I just gave him a compliment about his food, but then I said something fucked up about his goddamn lineage that he can't control.
And here, and I will address your statement right there, Anthony. Okay, because like I mentioned earlier, all right, what my intentions was, and which I clearly laid out. I did mention, all right, not all as FBA are as intelligent as Tariq Nasheed. You do have those in the FBA community that are ignorant. I made a separation because I'm not here condemning all. I specifically separated the intelligent FBA from the ignorant FBA. But how you're seeing it, Anthony, is if I'm just talking positive about all FBA and then negative about all FBA. The reality is, right, like you know, it's foolish to speak about all, right? It's foolish to speak in absolutes, okay? Because you will never be right. All right, and I did not speak in absolutes. Okay,
you spoke in generalities, and you were disrespectful. Generally speaking,
no, yes, I spoke in generality to those that are ignorant, and I spoke generally,
especially if the majority of your audience is Caribbean.
Now, what you mentioned earlier, Dave, was that when you say a lot, those that are not intelligent, they may not understand that. And that's something that you mentioned that I did not consider, and I told you that I received it. So I don't know if you guys understand that I'm actually here listening to you guys, that I'm receiving what is being said. Okay. But at the same token, it's like, look, receive what I'm also saying to you.
Okay,
right?
so let me ask you this. Did you see what happened to Nick Cannon when Nick Cannon, or even the basketball player, what's the basketball
Kyrie
player?
Irving. Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie Irving and Nick Cannon said some disparaging misinformation about the small cap people. Did you see what happened with that?
Yeah, I saw what happened with that.
Did you know what happened with them?
Yeah, that was terrible. They had to apologize.
And why did they have to apologize? Because if not, then they were going to get shut down. They were going to.
They signed their checks. They have all the power. They control. They don't have their own stream of revenue and income to be able.
Here's
to
what I
stand on
need
their
you to
own.
understand,
They're
Joe.
dependent on. They are dependent on them.
Here's what I need you to understand.
I've already expressed. Majority of the people that supports me are from the Caribbean diaspora.
I get it. Here's what you're not understanding. Let me explain something to you guys. Please don't jump in. Let me talk to this man.
Okay.
Yours. As a person who I know I'm much older than you. As a person who's almost 50 years old, who has been in this business since Ronald Reagan was president of the United States, what you don't seem to understand is it does not matter who you think your audience is, because Kyrie Irving's audience isn't the small-headed people he offended. Nick Cannon's audience isn't the small-headed people he offended. When you offend people, we might not have the systems to control what you said, but I guarantee you the hundreds of people who are watching this live, the thousands of people who will watch this later, the millions of people who will watch it after them, and this will live forever, because whether or not in your particular circle, which I imagine in comparison to all of the internet and all of foundational Black American, is much, much smaller than the masses that I think you didn't realize you reached when you went viral. All of us just might decide that every video you put up, whether it is about foundational Black Americans or not, will be reported. Every video that you put up will be scrutinized, chopped up, put out for public consumption, and you will be infamous, and your channel won't get monetized because people who get pissed off know how to mobilize. There's an Asian guy named Rick Chow who shot a young Black man in the back. Now, Asians, the next day after that verdict came out, Asians said, you know, you FBAs are sitting up here saying that y'all don't need our business. Well, guess what? Don't come to our businesses. We don't need you. And guess what? They're hurting now. And you know what they're saying? Because we don't, like you said, we don't control anything, but you know what we do control? Our eyes, our ears, our mouths, and our ability to make change. So if it were me as an elder and as a person that has made egregious missteps in things that I have said, if it were me and I were you, you might want to consider, regardless of what your friends tell you who happen to be foundational Black Americans who seem to be okay with your jokes and your videos, or the Caribbean people who are your audience, even though the majority of your recent videos are not about the people that you claim are your audience, it might be advisable for you to one.
Instagram? I don't think
Sir,
you see my Instagram.
Sir, I'm not talking about you. I'm trying to give you some advice. I'm really trying to help you right now, because if you have read a lot of these comments, people are literally trying to come up with a campaign to spam and report every last one of your videos, because your arrogance, whether you intend it to or not, is coming off like you're too good to apologize. If I offended you, if I were to say to my wife, whose feelings I have hurt more times than I can count over the past 30 years, if I were to say to my wife, you know, if you felt that way, I apologize, it comes off like I want to get divorced. When you say that to my people will find a way to spank you, sir. That is not a threat. I'm going off of history. And I'm trying to tell you, if you don't respect and acknowledge us, you will rue this day for the rest of your internet content creation life. I promise you that. And it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter who your audience is, because we going to be your audience, and not me specifically, but foundational Black Americans. A lot of people who are not as kind as I am, who are not as well thought as I am, who are not as old as I am, who don't have gray in their beards, are going to make it their mission to make your life a living hell online. So if it were me and I were you, I'm landing my plane and I'm going to let you have it. If it were me and I were you, I would dial down the hubris. I would dial down the, well, that's not my audience, this, that, and the third. I would make sure that I was contrite, that I humbly apologize, and that I would say, you know what, from here on out, when I'm joking, I'm going to be responsible with my jokes, and I did not mean to offend you. I should have thought better. But of course, I'm of the mind that you probably won't do that. And I'm telling you right now, that would be an egregious error of judgment on your part. Trust me, this is a situation where here, this is a battle you cannot win, sir. I'm trying to give you an out. I am trying to give you an out because the people who are not like me, who I know, not only the people in the chat, but the people who have much bigger audiences than I do, I'm talking 500,000, 2 million, 3 million, are going to get this, and they're going to take one look at you based on not knowing you or seeing your Instagram, and they are going to be really pissed the fuck off, and they're going to mobilize, and they are going to make sure you never see a dime, and then you'll be saying the 6 words you've never had to say before in your life. Do you want fries with that?
All right. So, you know, I personally, like, I really don't care about threats, right? Because
that wasn't a threat. I'm just telling you how it's going to go. That's not a threat because I'm in no position to threaten anybody.
That's fine.
That's not where
you know what? Like, I've been doing pretty well for myself and haven't received a dime from social media. Okay.
Awesome.
You know, I'm doing well for myself. You know, life is good. Got a beautiful wife. Beautiful home, everything, and you know, like, and I don't make a dime from social media. Now, if you visit my Facebook page and see the content that I have been putting on my Facebook page, right?
Gage, pull it up. He wants us to see his Facebook page. Let the audience see it.
Yeah, see the content that I've been putting on my Facebook page. Okay, maybe you'll probably understand in terms of, you know, what I stand for, who I speak for, and the culture that I speak about. Okay, because I think you have a huge misunderstanding about who I am, and the way in which you painted me in this podcast today is, you know, it's not fair, but it's all good. You know,
how are you painted? Please take the digital turpentine and paint yourself in a one. No.
You painted me like I'm an enemy
let you
to
have
the FBA.
I'm gonna let you have it. I never said you did. Show me once where I said you were an enemy.
Ooh. No, it's okay. I said.
Show me once where I said that. Now I'm responsible for how you took it. So I'm responsible for your interpretation of what I put out. Wow!
This is my interpretation.
Wow! So your interpretation, now your interpretation matters, but thousands of FBAs that you offended, interpretation doesn't matter, regardless of how I meant it. Sir, you're a hypocrite at best.
Why are you so offended, brother? Come on, can we just have a dialogue here? All right.
Oh no, but I painted you in your interpretation.
So let me ask.
You know,
I'm sorry, I can't hold it. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold that thought. I'm sorry. See, I have a mental pen and my brain works fast. So I'm sorry if I'm just, if I'm quick with it. You'll get there one day if your career survives. In the meantime, please go ahead. I gotta pee. Talk to these other gentlemen. I'll be right back.
What's my career?
Can you see the Facebook? Can you see your Facebook page?
No.
In the chat.
Oh, in the chat.
Yeah, can you see it?
Hold up. What you got?
Because it says it is sharing.
So
on the screen or
no, it doesn't.
It says it is sharing. You can't see his page.
But they could go look him up. I mean,
y'all can look me up. Yeah, please.
Joe Wesley, Joe, is your page private or is it public?
No, it's public.
Okay,
so I don't got nothing to hide from nobody. If you notice, majority of what I've been putting on my Facebook page has been dealing with white supremacy, have been dealing with the unfair treatment of FBA, of black people in America. Majority of what I've been putting up. Now, of course, the negative comments that I get comes from, of course, MAGA, comes from, these racist white folks, but majority of especially the post that's been going viral lately, has been in relationship to how white people have been treating black folks. So I'm definitely against white supremacy and everything that relates to white supremacy. But also, there's a post that I put up. You know, I don't know if you guys
Joe,
seen it. I don't know if you guys seen it, but I'm gonna show you right here.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay. All right. I don't know if you've seen this. All right. So like, and I said how he's painting me as if I'm an enemy to the FBI. I'm really not. You know, and I asked the question earlier. You know, am I even allowed to criticize FBI? And the brother said only if I'm accurate. Right. And
I said that. I said,
yeah,
if you're
okay,
accurate.
you said that only if I'm accurate.
I said,
and I agree with you. And I agree with you. And I guess the inaccuracy in what I said was when I said a lot, because that could be interpreted to meaning most. Okay. In my train of thought, that's not how I was seeing it. And Brother Dave made that clear to me. I get that. All right. So, but if you see in terms of everything that I post, you know, since
Joe, I want to stop you right there, because you keep saying everything that you post in this world. When Kevin Hart got in trouble, they dug up his tweets from 15 or 11? Huh? When was it?
2009, 10, something like that.
2009.
Yeah.
They dug up tweets from 2009, and that was the year he was supposed to host the
Oscars.
The Oscars.
Oscars, yeah.
And that joint eliminated him because he was making jokes, which he's a comedian, and they took offense to it. And guess what he had to do? Apologize. And he apologized for those tweets, even though it was in a joking form, which is under his line of career of what he does. So when we sit back and say, you keep saying people don't know your post, we don't know. They don't care nothing about your post. They're talking about that one video. So you can't use that one video and sit back and say, hey, you know what? Y'all don't know me because y'all ain't watched the other videos. That type of rhetoric, and I'm going to tell you, if you're a person, and I've dealt with white supremacists, and I tell you, they hate to see me coming because I come with nothing but facts.
And they hate to see me coming too.
No, because I'm going to tell you why. Because the way you are going about it, you're like Candace Owens, and you use a lot of white.
Don't do me like that, bro. Don't do me like that. You just disrespected me.
Listen, hold on.
Hey.
I'll let you.
Now that's emotional, bro. That's emotional.
No.
Don't do me like that, man. Now I'm gonna get in my feelings. Now I'm gonna act like you, Anthony. I'm gonna get in my feelings.
I'm showing you something. Hold on. I'm showing you something, right?
Do me like that.
The way I'm comparing that is because you use a lot of the tactics that they use. You go around and say, I got a lot of black friends, like a lot of white folks can't be racist with black friends. If you have disdain with certain groups of people, that doesn't eliminate you from sitting back talking great about them, and you still have disdain about them. So you saying a lot of
that's
disdain.
Where you go. I have no disdain. I have no disdain about
you cannot sit back and say you love somebody and say disparaging, false, inaccurate statements. That's fucked up.
Once again.
Hold on. Real quick, Joe. Hold that gift rabbit. Put it right there under the Christmas tree. 1 second. We got a whole bunch of super chats, folks showing love to the show tonight. Let's go ahead and give the people what they're asking for. They definitely paid their hard-earned ducats. Let's go ahead and show love.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, roll them about their major. First one we got from. Can you bring him on?
I was gonna let Dave do it. Go ahead.
I can't. I don't have admin control.
You can't see it. Oh, okay. My bad. Okay, so
I can see him, but I can't.
It's in the star. It's in the star comments.
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah.
Joey November sent $1.99. The business bully, the intellectual.
Put it on the screen. You got to put it on the screen, bro.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
All right. Hashtag BTA. All right. Shout out to him.
Yes, indeed. What up, Joey? Appreciate you.
That's what's up. Tell It Like It Is, sent 1999. It was a great album. What I do not understand is how he could say the FBAs would be speaking.
Pull it up.
What I do not understand is how he could say the FBAs would be speaking French if it wasn't for Haitians, yet many Haitians pride themselves on speaking French. All right.
That is true.
Ms. Nicole 253.
Pull it up.
November. I just have
just click it up. You better thank a YouTube member.
Big up Miss Nicole 253.
I got to get that shirt from you, Dave. I got to get.
Yo, it's available at the link in my bio. Go get that merch.
That's what's up. The Craft Geek.
If you don't put it up and click it, there y'all go.
Craft Geek says a handful of Caribbeans do not outweigh the hundreds of FBAs that were the bodies of the movement. Shout out to you. All right. Jeff St. James says, Mr. Dave Anderson, please have O'Shea Duke Jackson on the men's table, please.
We're working on it. We'll try and get him next week. Appreciate you. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Yeah, shout out to O'Shea. All right. FBA 2110-499. Just Joe fled the chat like he fled Haiti on the inner tube. Oh man,
I'm right here.
Damn.
What?
You get the credit for coming back, but that's what we thought that you left.
No, that's funny. I don't know if y'all got a sense of humor, but that's funny.
Tell your wife to make some fried cat cookies. Oh my God.
FBA 21 Jamaican.
All right.
Never mind, we'll not do that.
Damian Chukwuka, a foreigner, can in no way play games with the English language with FBA.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Pimpin'.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Fim La Bouche, Joe. This person telling you to shut up.
Fim La Bouche.
Shout out DB Smooth. Shout out DB Smooth.
Shout out DB Smooth. You better thank the YouTube member.
Cost 35.83 sent $5. Why y'all letting this musty Haiti play in y'all face? This lame ain't even serious. These people ain't on our level. Okay. Jeff St. James in another chat that says
that's Jeff St. James's loud voice. That is not Jeff St. James himself. I want to be clear. So.
Okay. Joe, just take the L. Your argument isn't strong enough to stand up to Dave. Also, Dave, can you bring O'Shea Duke Jackson to the men's table? Wow,
I'm working on it. I'm definitely going to do my best to get him on. I'm going to hit him after this. He's in Africa, a bit of a time difference, but I'm going to see if we can make it happen this week. That's what's
up. That's what's up.
Dope.
Tell it like it is. Says no tetheristically speaking on FBA's period. Hootsie,
appreciate that $9.99 super chat, family. Thank you.
Hootsie 324 with the $5 super chat. This man is in his 40s, but he's demonstrating how to be immature, craving, deliberately obtuse, and
pull it up.
Honest. I'm sorry.
You click and then you read. You click.
I got it. This man is in his 40s. Dave is trolling the shit out of you right now.
We gonna put you in boot camp, bro.
This man is in his 40s, but he's demonstrating how to be immature, craving, deliberately obtuse, and intellectually dishonest. That's hard work. Wow. They're cooking the shit out of you, Joe.
Hey, it's all good.
I think a lot of these immigrants.
That's a big one there. That's Lewis Luck with a $20 super chat. Said, I think a lot of these immigrants have a deep-rooted inferiority complex, which is why they're always trying to be in competition with us. I also think that they protect the negativity and tribalism amongst themselves onto us. Thank you for that $20 super chat. Appreciate that perspective.
There you go.
Black Sin 6368 with the $1.99 super chat said, this is why the diaspora fails. They versus everyone.
All right.
Wavy Don Juan with the $1.99 super chat said, Dave be cooking.
The Dave be cooking. All right.
Appreciate that. FU2, you better thank the YouTube member says, does he talk about Jamaicans kicking out Haitians? I wonder if that's a good conversation at your family's kitchen table. Does your wife talk about Jamaicans kicking out Haitians? Because Jamaicans have said they would rather die than have Haitian refugees come over to Jamaica.
I mean, there's ignorant Jamaicans as there are ignorant Haitians out there with
do y'all have that conversation? How do you feel about that?
Look, how I feel about it, I don't care about it, to be honest.
So you don't care about your people being displaced and Jamaicans saying that they would rather die than have them there?
I don't care about people who have hatred towards other people because of the culture they come from.
Oh, you mean like what you did with those videos? Got it.
I don't have hatred. I don't have any hatred.
Go ahead. It's up there, Dave.
Damian Chukwuka with the $2 super chat said, it's over for you.
Oh, damn.
Notre Dame with the $10 super chat says, does he think FBA is a group? It's just another term for our ethnicity. So when he says something disparaging about foundational Black Americans, he's talking about all Black Americans.
No, not all black.
No, he's not talking about the Haitian Black Americans. He ain't talking about the Haitian Black Americans.
Well, I actually did, but you didn't watch all the videos. So
I asked one question, you couldn't answer it. The question was, can you point to a title of a video where you're staying?
I don't have a title of a video.
No. Nope. I didn't finish answering. I didn't finish asking the question.
I answered you. I don't have.
So you don't have a video where you're specifically talking only about Haitian Americans who are disrespectful, negative, and condescending.
I have a video where I'm talking about Haiti and its issues and its governmental issues in America and their role in Haiti's issues.
Can we pull that up? I would really love to see that after we finish these super chats. Can we find that? Can you give me
that's
the
last one right there.
You could have said that first
video,
order.
Joe, and I'll send me the video and I'll convert it because I didn't see it either.
Cap Ferguson with the $4.99 super chat said, "I appreciate it seeing in real time how these people feel about us."
Yeah.
How do I really feel about y'all? Tell me.
You think that you are somehow, at least it comes off the perception based on what you have presented today. Not talking about your videos, not talking about your friends. The perception is that you think that somehow you are above us, even though my ancestors fought for your granddaddy to step foot on my soil. You think that somehow you're somehow better than us. You and your wife sat around kikied and cacaed about foundational Black Americans as if you were somehow holding some magical Black secret that the rest of us just don't have. You can't name how many foundational Black Americans you were talking about, how many in our number out of the 40 million of us estimated that are not immigrants and do not have immigrant lineage are negative and debaucherous. But y'all would rather do things like listen to Young Miami where all them scared. So yeah, you come off like you're somehow whether you intend to or not, you come off like you're somehow better than us, and it really is not a good look for you or your brand.
Okay, you started off by telling me what I think.
Right? No, I did not start it off by telling you how you come off, because you said, how do I come off?
You think that you're better than us. You literally said that.
You're coming off like you think you're better than us.
That's how you finished it. You started off telling me how I think.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I apologize. I don't know how you think because I'm not Dionne Warwick and I'm not your psychic friend. I apologize for making that egregious error in judgment. See how easy that was? It didn't take an inch off my dick, sir. So why can't you do that when it comes to you disrespecting my people?
And I did apologize.
No, you didn't. You didn't say I'm sorry for disrespecting your people, regardless of my intent. You did not, sir.
I did apologize. You trying to direct my apology the way you want to hear it.
Absolutely, because guess what? That's what the Jews did to Nick Cannon. That's what they did to Professor Griff, and that's what they did to Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving didn't write that book. He made a recommendation on a white man's website for people to read a certain book, and they wanted him to pay a fine. They wanted him to do community service. They wanted to give him an education. They directed how they wanted the apology. So at the end of the day, do you think the Jews are better than foundational Black Americans? Do you think that they have a right to direct an apology?
I don't think anybody is.
It's a yes or a no. Anybody. So if nobody's better than anybody, then the people who are aggrieved should be able to say how they want to be repaired, correct? Because when I hurt my wife's feelings, she tells me how she wants to be repaired. When you argue with your wife and you hurt your wife, does she not tell you how she wants to be repaired? Or you just do whatever the hell you want and just hope that it works out?
Oh, no, I apologize to my wife.
And you do what she wants you to do if you fucked up, right?
Yeah, if I fucked up, of course.
Okay, then. You're fucked up. And I'm telling you, the way you need to apologize is that you say, regardless of my intention, I apologize to foundational Black Americans because I misspoke and I disrespected you unintentionally, but I disrespected you. And you can't do that. And that's where your hubris is going to get you in trouble, sir.
It's going to be very hard for me to respond to you, especially when you're speaking to me condescendingly. Right?
Oh, really? You mean like he spoke to my people?
No, I'm gonna keep it real. Seriously.
Sorry, it's Ashton Kutcher here.
No, like nigga, you ain't my daddy.
I didn't say you better. No, I'm not your daddy, because if I was your daddy, you'd have been spanked by now, sir.
No,
because no son of mine would disrespect the people that broke their asses for your ancestry to be here.
Okay, all right.
And how old are you again?
We're going back.
How old are you again? How old are you again? How old are you again? How old are you again?
We're going back again.
Yeah, okay, that's
We're
what
going
I
back
thought. So I am
around
old enough to
again.
be
We're
your
going in
daddy. Okay, cool.
circles. We're going in circles again.
Now
Like,
here comes the victimhood. Here comes the tether explaining people. Here it comes.
You have a serious need to be in charge and to be right and to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a man. I'm a leader, and I'm an elder. Forgive the hell out of me.
So, but we could be respectful in terms of how we speak to one another.
Hubris,
and I don't
sir.
believe that. And I don't
Hubris.
think that I have disrespect.
Nobody's.
That's how we felt when we saw your video, bro.
But here's the thing: you're talking to me now, right?
Okay.
That's how you felt when. But I never addressed it any of you guys disrespectfully. Okay, I haven't. Right? You're talking to me now.
Lying.
You can talk to me like men and be
respectful,
or
now,
you can talk to me condescendingly, right? As if I'm some child, right? Like you're here to scorn me or some crap, right? So like you're not going to get the best out of somebody if you don't necessarily learn how to communicate to somebody.
I agree. Right, you're not going to get the best out of foundational Black Americans by joking badly and disrespecting us. They are going to wreck you for it unless you apologize.
And I apologize for that. I apologize for offending you. I apologize for that.
Not if I offended you. That is not an apology. That is babble.
That I offended you for that. That's what I said. I apologize that I offended you.
I apologize for disrespecting you. That's what foundational Black Americans want to hear. I apologize for disrespecting you. I did not mean to disrespect you, but I disrespect you nonetheless.
Hold on a sec. Time out. Right. I clearly, in the video, I clearly made a distinction between one group and the other group.
The distinction didn't help.
No, what you did. Have you ever read Julius Caesar? Have you ever read the Shakespearean play Julius Caesar? Have you ever read the Shakespearean play Julius Caesar?
Hold on a sec.
I don't know why he can't answer.
So to the intelligent FBAs, right? If you took it that way, and I did not, I already told you about my intentions. You asked that earlier. I already told you what the intentions was.
That's very narcissistic.
I don't think it matters, right? It really doesn't matter to you. You want to find a villain so you could go ham on the villain.
I don't want to find a villain.
Right?
No, you're not today's villain. You're a person that I'm trying to save you, sir.
No, I'm your villain for the show today, right? So you came on here
to making
down on
the point.
And you know what?
Now he wants to be a victim.
Out of all of that, and to be quite honest, out of all of that, I'm not offended. I'm not hurt. I'm not bothered. As you can see, I haven't gone off on any of you guys. I haven't been disrespectful. I haven't, even though the way I talk to me.
In facts.
No. It's not because
everything.
Look, it's regardless of whether you speak in facts.
Every information you want. Everything you saying, it cannot be debunked by what I said because I pointed out your lies.
You cannot control. Regardless of what you say, right? Whether it's facts or not, you cannot control how I respond to you. Okay, it's not up to you. It's not up to you to control how I respond to you.
And you think you're bigger than the program, and you have somebody like Godfrey that's going through the same thing. And shout out to Dave Anderson because he's going on this show next week to go. What is it? This Friday?
It's next Tuesday, not this coming Tuesday, but next Tuesday. I'll be up there to have a conversation.
Y'all follow Dave Anderson because and Godfrey has a way bigger platform and said way more stuff defending Black FBA family for years, and yet he made a mistake and it's costing him. And now Dave is going out there to have a correct conversation.
Because if you're not FBA, you cannot offer any form of criticism towards anybody.
That's not the point.
That's not what he said.
Let me continuous, man.
That's what's actually happening, right?
That's not the case. Because
let me ask you this. Hold on.
Wait, real quick. Before you go on, and let me give right what you said before.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not so. It's the issue with Godfrey. Where that's concerned is it's not so much what Godfrey said. Yes, he said some things that were out of pocket, and more importantly, he co-signed some things that were out of pocket. But the biggest issue was when it was first brought to his attention, hey, buddy, you fucked up. Instead of owning and saying, you know what, I did misspeak, or you know what, let's have a conversation about this, he immediately did exactly what you were doing, Joe, and he tried to overlook it or tried to downplay it. Man, whatever, man, I've been down with the community for this long, and y'all gonna hold this one thing against me? He did not go right into the apologies with the sincerity and said, I'm sorry, my bad. I misspoke. This is my resume. Please don't hold this against me. This was a mistake. He did not come forward with sincerity. If anything, he came out with what could be perceived, because that appears to be the word perception. He came out with what was perceived to be arrogance and hubris, like, man, I'm vested. Fuck y'all.
Basically,
I said what I
exactly
said.
what he did.
Facts.
Hold my nuts if you like it.
In truth.
Okay, so Joe, real quick, and here's another point that you said something that was real fucked up that didn't get addressed. What is your definition of a hold on? What is your definition of a tether from the perspective of FBAs? What is your definition?
So
I wanted to talk about that.
This is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong. A tether is either somebody who was born from a Caribbean in America, or somebody who came to America and speak on the behalf of white supremacy against FBA.
That is incorrect.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I gave you the floor to correct me if I'm wrong. So please tell me.
That was another thing. It was on the Nicki Minaj video, and I want to actually play that in a minute. I want to get to the other clip.
Minaj is horrible, if you ask me.
No, but the point of the matter is, I noticed something that you said in that video. Oh, they call her a tether because she's Caribbean or whatever.
Exactly.
Prove that you have no understanding of what we mean when we're talking about tethers.
And I'm clearly asking you, correct me if I'm wrong. I gave you my perception, and I'm not here telling you, hey, I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Right.
This is what it is. Okay. I'm here asking you, correct me.
Okay, fine, but this is the point.
I'm not here with any arrogance.
Hold on, though. If you don't know what you're talking about, or you're not sure, then why put that out there to the world?
Thank you.
What I'm saying? You just said that you don't know what it is, but you put that out to the world to say, basically they're calling her a slur because she's Caribbean. No, it's action based. You have to do something.
Somebody who's against African Americans who's from the Caribbean, right?
It's not even about the Caribbean. A tether and tether isn't necessarily even a word restricted to black folks. It could be anyone. The criteria for a tether is someone that goes and latches on or benefits off of another people while at the same time undermining them.
Yeah.
So another example, let's take Caribbean and the diaspora out of it. A tether would be Joe and his wife go and they let Joe's homeboy come, and Joe's homeboy lost his job, lost his house. They go and let his homeboy go and spend the next 3 weeks with them until he gets himself back on his feet. Joe and his wife are benefiting his homeboy, and he's being blessed off of them. But in the cut, he's talking greasy to his wife about him, and he's talking greasy to him about his wife. That's a tether. So you're here, you're benefiting off of our generosity or our largesse, but at the same time, you're undermining, you're doing things to upset the harmony that exists. That's what a tether is.
Right. And so again, you said something incorrect. You understand what I'm saying?
I get it now.
All right, so Dave, go ahead.
That's what we want you to do, to get it.
Yeah,
for the correction.
I'm sorry?
Give us the definition of tether. Foundation of black.
Trying every tactic to hijack everybody's reparations. Tether. In all seriousness, let me give you an example. Are you familiar with the actress Mindy Kaling, Joe?
Mindy Kaling? I don't think so.
Mindy Kaling is a South Indian woman. She has the same heritage as Kamala Harris. Her brother went and decided that he went and decided that he couldn't get into medical school as an Indian, so he shaved his hair. Hold on. He shaved his hair. He renamed himself JoJo, and he took a spot away from a foundational Black American. He pretended to be a foundational Black American. He was Mindy Kaling's brother. Mindy Kaling allegedly knew about it, according to her own brother. And then on top of that, he got on CNN and wrote a whole book about the fact that he tethered onto us. That is what happens when people who are not of foundational Black American descent, but have enough melanin and can cut their hair or walk like us or talk like us or play around and cosplay as us. Because at first glance, they might not be able to tell who is who, depending on mouth, hairline, admixture, so on and so forth. That's what winds up happening to my people. And what he did is egregious, just like what you did with your videos is egregious. And that man paid a high cost, so much so that Mindy Kaling had to separate herself and be like, I had nothing to do with what my brother did. I had nothing to do with what my brother did. But what I'm trying to tell you is, even the vice president, the former vice president, did the same damn thing. Because you can't find any Jamaicans who are like this, you know, she's of our bloodline, this is where it is, da 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 da. Even when she grew up in Canada. And she grew up in Canada, and she was always dressed like an Indian girl. When she
got
went
a
to
lot of black
Howard,
folks locked up.
yes, she got a lot of black folks locked up.
She
She is a tether. Here's another one for you. Barack Obama is a tether. David Oyelowo is a tether. This is a man who played Martin Luther King. This is a man who played Martin Luther. Hold on. This is a man who played Martin Luther King, who was arguably one of the greatest civil rights leaders to have ever lived. That is not, whether you agree with his stance or not, whether you understand or you're more of a Malcolm X guy is irrelevant. Martin Luther King is one of our greatest orators, and he's one of our greatest freedom fighters. Period. Point blank. I went to Martin Luther King High School. David Oyelowo played Martin Luther King and said, well, if you take the Nigerian accent and you slow it down, and then you put a little subservience,
I heard that. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
See, this is what happens when people who do not have a lineage, blood-related connection to this soil think about us when y'all get in your circles. And regardless of where you grew up, your granddaddy was Haitian. I'm sure you've had Haitian food in your life, correct?
Oh, I love it. Of course.
So you've had Haitian food. So when you grew up in a house, so when you grew up in your household, your parents, you know, your parents, did they raise you like a regular black kid, or did they raise you as someone who grew up under your grandfather with Haitian values?
Well, no, my dad. Okay, so you have to know the history of my dad, right? In terms of, because we literally escaped Haiti to come.
So
here.
you fled.
Okay. Yeah, my dad, he was getting attacked by the Tonton Macoutes. Okay. Of course, you know, and if you know anything about who they are and their connections to America, and there's so much, right? He had to fled Haiti, right? He lost a lot of his land in Haiti. So he lost, like he did not, you know, he came here and he was working amongst all types of people, from African American, foundational black Americans. See, I'm trying to correct that. So, but anyways, Jamaican Americans, Haitian American, white Americans, and he put us into a Black American church. He even preached in that church as well. So we grew up within the Black American community, right? Going to that church. So we did not, under his household, I didn't grow up listening to a lot of Haitian music. You know, he taught me how to cook, and of course, he was cooking Haitian food. I was cooking Haitian food, but my dad, he loved Popeye's chicken. That was his favorite thing. Every Friday, he'd go get some Popeye's chicken. All right. So my dad,
loved that chicken from Popeyes. So
he did.
That's just,
you know,
that makes you American.
But here's the thing. My dad came here. He heard a lot of the negative stereotypes that was being aimed towards foundational Black Americans. He heard a lot of that stuff. And it bothered him. But what he did was he literally put himself in the midst of FBA and learned to appreciate FBA. Right.
But it didn't change his bloodline, right?
I don't like.
Did it change his DNA?
No, it did not. No, it did not change his DNA. It did not change his DNA. But you have to understand, right?
Is your father still with us?
No, he passed. He passed in 2007.
I'm so sorry.
My mom also passed in 2019, right? So no, he did not, like, that didn't matter to him, right? Because my dad, he was a Christian man.
Yes.
Okay,
and he loved all people as Christ told him to, commanded him to do.
Pretty much, he didn't.
So
care.
how do you think your father, God rest his soul, would feel about the way you've attacked my people? Even though you just said he ingratiated himself into the Black church, he loved Popeye's chicken. He was very enamored and appreciative of the American experience because you come from a line of
my
leaders.
dad.
How would he have felt?
My dad would have loved to understand the context, by the context behind what I was saying. Right, he would have wanted to understand where I was coming from, why I said what I said. You know, he would listen to everything that I said. All right, instead of just quick to just throw me under the bus because of one thing that I said. Right,
because he has access to you.
It wasn't one thing that you said, brother.
It wasn't just one thing.
It wasn't just one thing.
That's fine. But you know, that's fine. All right. Yes, it wasn't just one thing. There was a lot that I said about a lot of FBA, right? Right. Okay. There was a lot that I said about a lot of FBAs, right? And I understand in terms of how that may sound to FBA, generally speaking, it is taken in a particular way, generally speaking. However, intention does matter. Okay,
No, it
I
doesn't.
don't know. Yes, it does.
If I killed, listen, if I killed your cat accidentally by running it over, and your child is crying because I killed their only cat, does it matter to your child why I did it, or if I did?
It matters.
If I burn your house, if I burn your house down, does it matter? If I burn your house down, does that matter?
And yeah, no, of course it matters. Look, I understand what you're saying here, okay, and I'm not disagreeing with you, right? But we're talking about a particular conversation. We're not talking about actually doing physical harm or actually doing something that actually causes harm. We're talking about
your ignorance and the way you presented your argument to people is causing harm because everybody is not as educated as you. I said that 2.5 hours ago, sir, and you didn't hear it then, and you don't hear it now. What you're doing, whether you realize it or not, whoever has the microphone, whoever has the camera, whether you understand it subconsciously or not, as a programmer, I'm telling you, is looked at as a leader, whether that's your intention or not. People still talk about, well, Tariq, wait. People still say, well, Tariq Nasheed this and Tariq Nasheed that. Tariq Nasheed is not our leader, but guess what? People subconsciously look at Tariq Nasheed and say he's the leader, because he has a massive platform. What I'm saying is when you turn on that camera and you sat down with your wife and you kikied and cockeyed and made horrible, egregious errors in what you said at my people's expense, they looked at you as a leader. So there's people who are not as educated and as refined as you pretend to be, and they're going to take what you said as weapons. The same way, I'll give you an example that has nothing to do with Joe, right? Godfrey realized, or he got a call on his show, and on that call the gentleman said, man, I'm so happy. He was a Haitian gentleman, not unlike yourself. He said, man, I'm so happy you got off the fence, because these foundational Black Americans, and I'm paraphrasing, these foundational Black Americans is out of control.
Sure did.
Smack, because he looked at Godfrey as a leader, and he said, oh, finally Godfrey, because he had one foot over in his 154 podcast that disparages foundational Black Americans, and he has another foot over on his In Godfrey We Trust podcast, where he is bigging up foundational Black Americans up until a few weeks ago. So he said, I am glad that you are off the fence, because at that moment, because of Godfrey's platform, who he is, and the fact that he turned on a camera, he was looked upon as a leader. And the people who do not understand that he was just pissed off, he got ADD and he misspoke, take it like, oh, now we can go ahead and ride, because one of the people that we have been waiting for, you can go up and down TikTok, up and down YouTube, up and down Instagram, of Tethers talking about, yeah, well, I mean, Godfrey done did his thing now. So now y'all already know, you dirty Black Americans, bobbity, bobbity, bop. That's what it means. And you are acting as if you don't have power when you do. And what you said can lead to harm, sir, harm to my people, sir. And
all right. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Put a pin. Got more super chats.
More super chats. They coming in. They off the chain. Let's go ahead.
I had to be like Herb beating the cut. Just like, God damn, like, anyway.
Shout out to our good brother James. Shout out to our good brother James C. Looks like he's following you now. He sent a $2 super chat. Come on, Joe.
Come on, Joe.
I mean, because he knows James C. knows you, bro. He knows you. He follows us. He's disappointed in you too, man. You know what I'm saying?
Man, it's all good. It's all good, man. How Davis?
Hold on. I'm still reading super chats. Yeah, I get
also, you better thank a YouTube.
You better thank a YouTube member. Welcome to the party, sir. You better thank a YouTube member. You better thank a YouTube member for paying the super chat. You better thank a YouTube member for roasting Tethers. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Shout out to Damien Chukwuka. $5 chat, so be it. All right. Next one.
Appreciate it.
$5 chat. The Craft Geek, hence why delineation is a must. All right. $4.99 super chat. Half-assed apologies are done.
Thank you, I Am Gorilla.
Appreciate you. Notre Dame, just apologize. That's what I'm saying. Just apologize.
$2 super chat. All right.
Appreciate you.
$5 super chat. Joe, what about the Tethers coming over here to live their life apart of the Rainbow Gang, which is something they can't do back home? Oh shit, that's a whole other show.
Shout out James Graham, 6111.
I can't speak.
That's a whole other show. Damien Chukwuka with the Gift.
Yeah, thank you for giving your YouTube membership.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, YouTube membership.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I love it.
Shout out Damon Chukwuka. He said, "To each one, teach one."
There you go.
Respect.
Lead by example.
Shout out assistance to the HNIC $2 super chat. A tether is simply a foreign coon. That's what I always say. A foreign
but
coon.
you see why I thought about tethers. This is why I was confused. Because
now you know. Now you know. So you can correct the
battle.
This is where I got my information from.
Go Joe.
All right, you are literally being told you did something. This is from Lincoln Ward 85, $10 super chat. You're literally being told you did something offensive by the impacted group. Unless you believe you're better than someone, why refuse to apologize when you've wronged someone? All right.
I did not refuse to
C.
apologize.
Wilson, $5 super chat.
Mom Donnie did it too.
Yes, he did. Yes, the fuck he did.
Oh, yeah, because
he
got all music videos where African American.
I completely forgot about that. Appreciate that.
Joey November sent a $4.99 super chat. Not all melanated immigrants are tethers, but all tethers are melanated immigrants. All
I
right.
disagree with you, Bobby.
Assistant to the HNIC $5 super chat. The door to your father's house closed, and you were your culture. Huh? Sorry, I thought it was up. The door to your father's house closed, and you were your culture, no matter what costume you thought you were outside. Godfrey is no different. HTNG. All right. $2 super chat from FU2. An insincere apology. All right. So that's just what it's looking like right now, man. And, part of, I think what they're saying is this, because you spoke about how you divided the people, the intelligent ones from the stupid ones, whatever the case may be. I don't think that that's hitting like you think it is.
No, it's not. It's not hitting at all.
Hold on.
It's not hitting at all.
Wait, let me finish
Dave is doing a great job by making it seem like I'm just talking about all FBAs.
Slow down. Slow down. Let me make my point. Because of the fact that you're talking about you made several reference points to intelligence, and it was all in the direction of FBA. You didn't point out that, there are also a lot of Haitians that don't know the history.
Yes, I point that out. I point out Caribbean.
Hold on. You only talked about lack of intelligence directing what you were saying towards FBA. You did point out some great things that FBA did, but you basically in this clip, you made it sound like we're stupid. And let me double down on that by playing the next clip, because you doubled and tripled down on it on this clip. I want y'all to listen to this and listen to this closely.
The Louisiana Purchase.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for Haiti, half of y'all would be speaking French.
That's the first one.
That's the first one.
Go to the second one.
Even when I speak on behalf of Black Americans, because I grew up with a lot of Black American friends, I grew up in a Black American church. A lot of folks, when they see me, even when I speak on behalf of Black Americans, because I grew up with a lot of Black American friends, I grew up in a Black American church. I love the culture. I know the culture. I know how much Black Americans have contributed to not just America, but through the entire world. The whole world copied Black Americans. But it's just crazy how a lot of today's folks are just ignorant.
Based on what I've been posting recently, like the United States, they're under a rock. When it comes to like the history of the transatlantic slave trade and how we were dispersed in the Americas, people that don't live in the United States, they're laughing because they're like, are y'all so dumb? For the FBAs to have so much animosity or so much like, should I say aggression towards the Caribbean community? I don't understand why there's such a divide when it comes to that. Because again, at the end of the day, if you get arrested, they don't care they don't care where you're from. They don't care how you sound. They don't care anything about that. They care about how you look. So if you're a Black Caribbean, brown Caribbean, if you're a FBA, you still gonna get arrested regardless because they're gonna see this first.
Part of slavery was to pin slaves against the other slaves, to make the bigger slave hate the smaller slaves, the lighter skinned slave hate the darker skinned slave. And here we are, 2026, while Trump is president, and we're doing it again.
He's using Nicki Minaj as one of his puppets.
And Nicki Minaj is what they would consider a tether because she's not FBA.
So you posted a video about Megyn Kelly.
Oh yeah, that beat.
Actually, the people based on your comments, they side with your view.
Then there was a lot of people, the main thing that it was talking about was, temporary. That was the MAGA supporters, right? And everything that she said have been debunked.
Oh yeah, in Ohio, she brought up again, they're eating the cats and the dog. And that's been like debunked like months ago, and she's still bringing it up. So that tells you right there.
And y'all know how good Haitian food is. So what's up with that? This is people who have a very limited worldview. That's how they think, right? They think locally. These are people who have never even stepped foot outside their own city, many of them, who never even traveled, who don't even have a passport, who haven't even explored what the world has to offer. People like that are very limited in their worldview.
It's rhetoric like this that spreads a lot of hate. And it's just crazy that this rhetoric by a certain group, it's targeted to a specific group. That's how people get harmed.
America has a stupid people problem. Stupid people that can vote, right? A bunch of D's and F students that are now adults and think that they're smart and think that their voice matters when nothing that comes out is nothing but pure ignorance. Two coconut heads.
I mean, my God. Do you see? I'm just, before we even get into the particulars of all of that, do you, Joe, now that we've been talking for the time that we've been talking, listening back to your own words, do you see how you may be coming off a little condescending? I mean, I counted in that clip, you made several different, I counted 8. You made 8 different references to a group of people being unintelligent. America has a stupid problem. They're so ignorant. Americans are under a rock. Y'all so dumb. Bruh, this is continuous. That is what we're explaining to you. And you're talking about a group of people to which you're a guest in their land. You don't get how people are going to come for you and feel a way about that? Brother, I know you're an intelligent brother. Please tell me that you get that after we've been talking to you.
You know what? I expected some pushback, of course.
Okay, but do you get it? Is my question. Is it clicking? Do you understand where we're coming from? If someone was talking about Haiti, like if someone was talking about Haiti, and I counted 8. There's probably more because you were going really fast, but I counted 8 references to said group of people being unintelligent.
Yeah,
you have to understand that. And you have to take accountability.
Specifically in that portion right there, I was talking about MAGA. I was talking about the Megan Kelly.
MAGA didn't come up till later in the conversation. In the beginning of the clip, you started that very early in the clip. You want to play it again?
So you're saying white people are DNF students? You weren't talking about my people?
No, I was talking about just people in general. Not FBA, just people in general in America. I know a lot of Caribbeans that are DNF students being educated in America, and I don't think it's accidental. I think the education system is intentionally keeping people dumb and stupid.
Okay,
that's my perspective behind that. It's not that's not directed towards FBA. That is directed towards just people in general that this system has conditioned to be ignorant and foolish.
I feel like
what does
you
MAGA
were
have to do with
attempting to say
foundational Black
something
Americans?
and you missed the mark.
Well,
that's what it come off as to me.
Everything there is not about FBA. Everything there has, because all right, we had different posts that we made where we was being attacked on all sides. We was being attacked by MAGA. We was being attacked because especially the MAGA, they come for me all the time based on my post.
Why?
They come for me all the time. Those are the ones that I'm normally dealing with for the most part. Right.
Why?
So was that?
Why are they coming for you? Why are they attacking you? Did they just randomly just decide to pick one page?
I'm pointing out their ignorance. I'm pointing out their stupidity. I'm pointing out the racism. I'm pointing out how they have been treating FBA since the entirety of this country. I'm pointing
Explain
out
that. Stop right there and explain that, because MAGA has only been around since what, 2015. So I'm trying to understand. Like you said, since the beginning of this country, I'm confused.
Anybody that aligned themselves with MAGA, and you'll find that there are some Caribbean folks that align themselves with it as well. You'll find there's some FBA that align themselves with MAGA. When we look at who voted, 15% of the Black community voted for Trump. Okay, so there are people within the Caribbean community as well as people within the FBA community that align themselves with some of MAGA's talking points.
And what are those talking points specifically?
Well, some of those talking points is that the Black culture is trash.
Didn't you just say the Black culture is trash?
I never said that.
Well, what about the music?
Black culture is trash. I think the Black culture is
we don't control the music and all that other stuff, and we're ignorant. We're probably sitting around. We would rather listen to Young Miami.
Spin that.
No,
where was that? And in the DNF student thing, I'm trying to understand, because to me, it sounds like you're doing a better job at what you consider MAGA than anybody who is quote unquote MAGA.
Well, I think
could he be talking about the 5 or 10 people that they were talking to?
Yeah, well, hear me out, okay? Because
oh, absolutely, please.
For the past few years, I've made quite a few posts On my personal page where I said that, you know, be careful with the D's and F students. Some of these people are D's and F students. Be careful who you argue with, right? And I'm being general. I'm not coming at, yes, I'm being very general here.
Certainly.
Okay, regardless of race, regardless of culture, regardless of religion, regardless of political ideology, right? Because you find them in all spectrums of life. You find them all everywhere, right? So no, I'm just keeping it a buck. But in that particular video there, yeah, I'm literally just speaking general about the ignorant people that exist in this country, right? And how much power.
Do you understand? Go back to my question.
I
Do
expected
you understand
pushback, of course.
How that's coming off to us? That you're coming off pompous. You get that?
A hit dog will always holler, right? Those.
Oh, so now we're hit dogs.
No. I'm not calling you a hit dog. I said a hit dog will holler. If you want to take that personal, that's you know.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have children?
I'm not calling you a hit dog. However, the hit dogs have been Caucasians. The hit dogs have been Caribbeans. The hit dogs have been FBA. All right. The hit dogs have been pretty much every spectrum.
Okay.
Have been every culture.
What if they're not a hit dog, but they're just correcting something that you're saying?
Correct.
What if they're not hit dogs? What if they're not just because you're still coming off as very dismissive? You understand what I'm saying?
The thing, right? Here's the thing, right? So how you respond will let me know whether you're a hit dog or not, right? If your response is straight vitriol. If your response is straight vitriol, your response is straight ignorance. Now, some people they will come and you know and would have deep conversations and great connections based on some of the things that I post, right? Regardless of race. And others would just come straight for my neck, like everything that I said was wrong. You know, I mean, it is what it is. Like you can't please everybody. Some people will agree with you, some people will hate you.
But do you realize
do you know
what you said was wrong?
No, but
do I realize a lot that I said was wrong?
Do you realize that? Do you
no,
accept
I realize there's context behind what I said, and I realize that and I know and understand that there is, I don't know the percentage because I don't want to use the word a lot because I don't want to offend Dave over here, but
oh, it's funny now. Okay, cool.
No. I mean, look, whatever, right? But no,
whatever. Yeah,
that was a joke.
That was a joke. That was another joke.
I think that was a joke.
Yeah.
I ain't find that funny neither.
Shade. That was. I'm gonna keep it. That was
more shade. Cool. Got you. No problem.
Yoda, that's good. That's
mainly towards you, Dave. Right?
Oh no, I know. Listen, I'm gonna let you finish. Feel free.
Okay. So I don't know the percentage, right? I don't, but I do see too many people online. Too many people of all races, all cultures, all backgrounds, spewing out ridiculous hatred and ridiculous, ideas towards one another, right? I see that way too often. Was that?
That's not what you said, though.
It's not what you said. It's not even close to what you said.
Had you said what you just said there and articulated it that way, people wouldn't have come for you. You understand? Like, because you spoke with clarity. You spoke with conviction, and you spoke in a way that made sense. You didn't go after any particular group. You know what I'm saying? And if you're going to go after a particular group, you're going to need facts to support your surface level argument. You understand? You said a lot of things.
I didn't go after any particular
group. You had no facts to support your surface level argument, and that's the
but
problem.
See, you didn't go after anyone in particular, but you also did. And let me explain to you why you did. Now. We all heard the clip that just played. I believe that was the third part of your little trilogy that you put out there. We heard that you mentioned FBAs at first, then you mentioned some other people later on. But here's the issue, and at best, and I usually play devil's advocate a lot. I'm actually going to play angel's advocate for a change now and try to actually be in your corner. Believe me, this is weird territory for me. But here's the thing. You said that you were speaking on everybody, but there's only one group that you singled out in the most obvious and the most memorable way, and that's FBA. You literally have that video framed as the FBA diaspora wars. Let me get it exactly right. I don't want to misquote anybody because I want this to land. Let me go back and put up again. Okay, so you have it framed or titled as FBA's division with the Carib community, and then about 15 or 20 seconds in, you further go and re-emphasize that point by throwing up the foundational Black American flag. At no point did you go ahead in the video and throw up any title.
You didn't throw up any
MAGA. You didn't throw up any MAGA symbol, or you didn't
no
throw
red
up any MAGA
hats,
flag, or nothing. No conservative, nothing. The only group out of all the ones that you addressed and that you directed anything towards was foundational Black Americans. There was no Haitian flags thrown up. There was no pictures of griot or tasso thrown up. There was no Jamaican. It was only FBA. And then you start off with FBA, and then you segue into whatever else you're saying.
And
could it be, and again, this is me playing Angel's Advocate. This is me being Just Joe Thought's lawyer right now. Is it possible that you should have, if you were going to address these different areas in bite-sized segments, I'm going to make a 20-second video addressing FBA. I'm going to make a 20-second video addressing MAGA and keep it that way instead of lumping everybody in, but making it sound, especially because you were being vague when you mentioned the other ones. You mentioned a brief little intro, but you did not keep on re-emphasizing that I'm speaking about MAGA. I'm speaking about this group. Could it be that you did a very poor job of branding, and as a result, you basically Plaxico Burress, you shot yourself in the foot with the way you framed your video and you put it out there? Could that be possible?
That's definitely possible. Because basically the entire video, the entire video was 10 minutes long, right? So and chopping it down to like 1 minute each, which is why it's sped up. Okay, trying to find those key
Somebody's
points.
got hold on. Somebody's got some noise in the background. I don't know who that is.
Let's see.
I hear somebody sound like a TV.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, whoever that was. Thanks. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so the entire segment was about 10 minutes long. So we chopped it down into about a minute and a half each segment. But when we started with acknowledging the ignorance in the Caribbean as well. So we mentioned there are ignorant Caribbean folks, and that's possibly some of the reasons why the vitriol from FBA towards Caribbeans, has occurred. But I accept what you said, Bobby, because I didn't quite put too much thought into it. We're dropping like 2 videos per day, and just moving everything quickly. So that's pretty much what happened. As far as like how Dave trying to paint me as some enemy to the FBA, as that's.
When did I say that?
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
When did I say that? When did I say that? Show me in here where I said that Just Joe Thoughts is an enemy to foundational Black Americans. I said you spoke ignorantly. I said you talked out of term. I said you come across as arrogant. I think you have a lot of hubris. I never once said that you were an enemy. I don't speak to my enemies. I destroy them.
Yeah, this is correct.
Okay, the reason why I take that because of your warning. These people are going to come and destroy you. Make sure.
I was looking in the comments, sir. You can go back. No, wait. Time out, because let's be clear.
I wasn't reading the comments. I'm just, I don't pay attention to the comments. I'm actually listening to you guys.
Joe, hi, Joe. No, and I got it, Joe. Whether you have the capability of walking and chewing gum at the same time is not my concern. Let me be clear. I have a daughter who's a little bit younger than you. I have another daughter who is 11 years old. I don't have the time to start let's go get Joe campaign. One, it doesn't do me any good. And 2, I got things to do. I'm running businesses. So I happened to look over, and maybe it's because I've been doing this a lot longer than you. I happened to look over and I saw people in the comments like, yo, we're going to go to his page and we're going to report him. You can scroll back up at your own time. You can check out the replay when it runs, and you'll be able to see these comments for yourself. I'm letting you know based on what I saw in the chat. That's what it was.
Right.
That's the
Fair
world
enough.
of difference. What you did was you sent out a bunch of dog whistles, and I don't care how many videos you put out a day. It's not as many as I do. And even in that, you made a deliberate attempt. I'm sorry, not an attempt. You made a deliberate action to put a foundational Black American flag in your video, whether you intended to or not. That's what we call a dog whistle. So even if you didn't say, I'm talking about everybody, you only put up that flag. You didn't put up a Confederate flag. You didn't put up any B-roll of anybody with a MAGA hat. You didn't put up one Caribbean, no Jamaican, no Trinidadian, definitely not a Haitian flag, and you damn sure didn't put up a Nigerian or a Ghanaian flag. You specifically put up a foundational Black American flag. So if I were to, I don't know, put on a Coogee sweater and start going, I would like to talk to the people about putting a pill in the drink. Who am I impersonating?
Of course, Bill Cosby.
No. Did I say I was impersonating Bill Cosby?
Well, you don't have to.
Why don't I have to?
I get the point.
No. Don't get the point. Why don't I have to?
I get the point that you're making.
No, for the audience, because like you said, they're not that smart. So why do I not have to say I'm Bill Cosby? So explain to the audience why I don't have to say I'm Bill Cosby. Because you seem to understand. Explain it, Joe.
Shit.
You do a pretty good Bill Cosby, by the way.
Hey, man.
He mentored me. At the end of the day, explain to the audience why Dr. Cosby's name does not need to be invoked when I did that impersonation.
You can go ahead and explain.
No. I want you to, sir.
No,
I want you to, because you said you got it. I want them to understand that you got it, Joe. I'm trying to throw you a bone, Joe. Take the bone, Joe.
You can go ahead and explain. It's obvious that you're playing Bill Cosby because everyone knows that sounds like Bill Cosby.
And I did
Everyone
not have
knows
to,
how he sounds, how he speaks, his vernacular, all of that stuff.
So I did not have to out and out say it because what I represented and what I put on screen just now when I said, put the pill in the drink. So when you put my flag up, you literally were dog whistling at my people. You didn't say a damn thing to MAGA. You didn't say a damn thing to any other body in the Caribbean. You specifically made a choice. Wait, I'm sorry. Anthony, Gage, I'm sorry. We just got the results back. I got these results from DNA Diagnostic Center. Let's just read. When it comes to Joe, you are a tether. Okay. Thank you, Maury.
All right. Well, so that's fine. Yeah, I mean your audience can feel that way about me. It's all good.
It's not my audience, it's their audience.
I had to do the Maury.
It's the manversation audience. That's fine, right?
Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe too, man.
I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it. You know, so I.
I know you won't. I know you won't. You're proud of what you've done. You're proud of what you said. And you're proud of putting up my flag to disrespect my people. You're good on that, right?
Hold on.
You're not going to lose any sleep. There's that hubris again. No. What did you mean by I'm not going to lose any sleep?
No, I'm not. Why should I? And you say because I'm proud of what I've done. First and foremost, it doesn't bother me that people don't understand me. It is what it is. I'm not here to try to please everybody, to have everybody in agreement.
No, you're trying to please. You said your audience is mainly Caribbean, so you're trying to please a Caribbean audience by shitting on my people.
No. That's and that's your perspective, and you're dead. And you.
So then correct it. Correct the perspective right now, Joe.
You're not trying to, but you ain't trying to listen. You want to continue. This is
I have one question, and I'm going to listen.
Me as the
I'm not painting you as anything.
Right?
Did you consciously put the flag?
You say I'm trying to shit on the FBA?
Did my flag magically become the only one?
What are you
saying? I'm not saying you're trying to shit on the FBI. I'm saying you're shitting on us.
On the FBI, right?
Yes, because here's why. Wait, time out, Joe. Time out, Joe. Joe, I'm keeping it a buck. You're not.
You're doing.
No one in the chat is saying no, sir. Stop.
You're doing this.
Anyway, sir, stop.
Stand on your square, man. Keep it a buck.
I'm standing on my square. You are tethering, sir. Let me finish.
I'm asleep.
You literally You're about to learn, Joe. You literally just said, you didn't correct me when I said you intentionally put my flag up and you didn't put up any other flags. Did anybody else see? No, wait. Did anybody else, not you, Joe? No. Joe, stop. Gentlemen, did y'all see any other flags?
Title?
Did you see any other flags? Did you see any other flags but the flag of my people?
Did you see the title of the post?
What is not only that? It's not only the flag.
Did you see the title of the post?
What is
FBA division with the Caribbean community?
What was the spin that reference about? It's
also so hold on a sec. Did you see the title of the post? So
in that particular one, yes, we did.
Look. If I'm talking, if did you see the title of the post?
What was the title?
The title
of the post?
said FBA division with the Caribbean community.
Then where were the Caribbean flags, Joe?
I highlighted that.
Where they at, Joe? Where they at, Joe? Since that's the title, where are the flags, Joe?
If you recall, Joe, I highlighted that, and I also mentioned how you took that video and instead of focusing exclusively on FBA and then chopping it up, you decided to lump everyone into that.
I lump the ignorant people
which
together.
Basically, no. Okay, cool. So you lumped the ignorant people together, and then you branded it with the FBA flag.
But it was,
which essentially packaged it for FBA. My brother in Christ, and I'm speaking to you again.
In hindsight, okay, I stand corrected. I see what you're saying, right? So
what are we saying, Joe?
No, hold on. I'm talking to Bobby right now.
No, you talk to whoever you want to. You still wrong as two left shoes.
You see, and that's like Dave, like you're like
paying me. Oh, I'm just Tom Sawyer out here whitewashing the fence. Oh wait, that's you. Go ahead.
You see what I'm saying? So like I'm saying, like Dave, you're telling me who I am. You're telling everybody who I am.
I'm telling.
No, your video is telling
people who we are. You're telling my people who are. You're telling my people that DNF students, and I got a Mensipin. Do you, sir? Do you have a Mensipin, sir? Do you have a Mensipin, sir? Are you a college professor, sir? How many books have you written, sir? Because what you did was you said that me and my people were stupid and DNF students,
as much as you want. You can toot your own.
I got to the chat is telling you you're being cooked, sir. I ain't got to say another word.
I'm not reading the chat.
Literally, no, but you care about your chat. You care about your Caribbean people.
So
you're not debating me. You're getting taught, sir. You're getting a lesson of what hubris gets you, sir. You're not debating me.
Leverage for your argument.
You can't use the chat as leverage in your argument because you're wrong.
I'm not arguing with the chat. I'm not talking to the chat. I'm not even
Joe, let me ask you a question real quick.
Let me go back to this point, Joe, real quick, man. Because in your video, your attempt was to attack what you feel like is going on between FBAs or whatever. I don't think that you understand that the catalyst that is creating that type of energy is what you're doing right now. That is you are the person that is the catalyst that's creating the problem.
I have a very important question right now. Wait.
Okay, so
hold on. I just want to ask him this one question. Joe, do you think
gang up on Joe? Go ahead. Come on. Bring it on.
Do you think the people in the chat are intelligent or stupid?
Do I think? I don't know. I haven't read everybody's comment. You don't ask me that question.
Generally,
I don't know. You want me to tell you something else?
Okay, so
so the people I haven't had any dialogue with anybody in the chat in order to. One comment don't necessarily mean you're stupid or you're intelligent.
What about on your live? Are the people in your chat intelligent or stupid?
I don't know. Some definitely are intelligent. Some definitely are stupid. It is what it is.
Percentage?
I don't know. What happened?
What's the percentage? I mean, you know your audience. I can tell you what my audience is. My audience right now is 35 and up. Foundational Black Americans.
Trying to figure out who's intelligent and who's stupid. I'm not here trying to do
no, because what I'm saying,
all right,
because look,
the reason why I'm
is right twice a day, so even an idiot can make sense every now and then. So
here's the thing. No. Hold up. The reason why I'm bringing it up because in the video, when your wife was there with you, she said that the people in your chat was agreeing with what you were saying, even though you were saying disparaging things.
No,
so that's why
she was talking about. She was talking about the video that I made in regards to Megyn Kelly in the comments that she said about TPS, about Haitians and TPS.
No, but I know that.
That's,
but I'm
that's
just saying
what that was about.
No, because you
I'm
went
correcting
back and
you.
said.
Take it.
I know. I'm saying you went back and said even in your videos that people were supporting you in those videos that you had posted. You even said that if you rewind this footage back, you even acknowledged that the people in the videos was acknowledging and agreeing with what you were saying in those videos. Here's
the thing, right? When people have a rapport with you, when people have been watching you for a while, when people have been paying attention to you and have come to understand you, people will more than often give you a benefit of the doubt. Even if there's some misunderstanding, they'll at least put an effort to try to understand you, right? So the audience here, they don't know me from anything, right? So of course they're going to align themselves with you, right? It would be foolish of me to take all that personal and go and be like, oh, I can't sleep because the fans that hated me. Like, come on, I don't operate.
I'll tell you this.
I
do
not operate like that. It's foolish for any human being to operate like that,
right? With Dave, Dave, Major, and Bobby, we've been on other people's platforms. People that sometimes don't even align and agree with us. And when we go to their platforms, they are in the comments saying, damn, boy, who's Anthony? Man, I gotta follow that dude. Or who's Major? Who's Bobby? Who's Dave? I gotta follow that dude. Because when you stand on truth and you talk about honesty, people resonate to that regardless of your platform or whatever platform you're on. People gravitate to people that's keeping it real and is spewing honesty, and people that are also accountable for what they say.
Is that the case for every topic, every discussion? Is that the case for every single topic and discussion that you've had, that people are in alignment with everything that you said?
No, people are gonna because you know why they're gonna be in
now you bullshitting. Stop it.
Hold on.
Some bullshit.
I'm gonna tell you, hold
no,
on.
nobody
it takes one to
agrees
know
with
one.
everyone all the time.
Hold on. Let me tell you. They are in alignment if it's in the truth. If it's the truth of the topic, it's in alignment. One thing I don't do, Joe, you've been following me for a long time on social media. One thing I don't do, I don't talk about shit I don't know. What I don't know, you know what I do? I open my fucking ears and listen to the people that know the shit. That's the difference.
But here's the thing, right? Like, the greatest enemy to knowledge is the illusion of knowledge. Sometimes you think you know when you really don't. All right, and sometimes we fell victim to that, and you can say maybe I fell victim to that based on what I posted, right? So don't speak of yourself as if everything that you're saying, every topic, every time that you say something, you absolutely correct, and that everyone is always in alignment with you, because that is bullshit. That is not true. Let's keep it a buck here. I'm here today for the first time, right? And based on what? Based on the comments that I made in regards to the FBA. So of course I did not come here expecting everyone to be in agreement with me. I know what platform this is. I know what it is right now. If it's a different topic, different day, it might be totally different. But this is what it is today, and it's all good. I'm not going to head my head down and feel shameful about it. It is what it is, my brother.
People are in agreement to what you're saying that's facts. People are not agreeing to the shit that is false. And
but people don't always know facts. People are in agreement with people that they agree with.
I broke it down to you on what I told you was factual, that debunked everything in your original videos, and yet you still did not acknowledge that. And you said, I apologize, but that right there is narcissistic behavior, Joe. And I'm just being real with you.
Now I'm a tether. Now I'm a narcissist. Okay, great.
I'm just saying, I said narcissistic behavior.
If the jacket don't fit you, if the Woolworth coat don't fit you, why you slide it on?
Let me tell you, I ain't put it on. I heard it, right?
He said your behavior.
That's why I'm gonna be able to sleep well tonight.
He did not say Joe Wesley is a narcissist. He said the behavior appears to look that way.
I get.
So you went ahead and put that.
I overspoke. Okay, I overspoke. All right, you got it. All right, but hear what I'm saying when it comes to our fans that follow us. Okay,
and I got a question to ask you when you finish. Just put that out there.
in most situations, when you have a fan, when you have people that follow you, they're going to more than once, they're going to give you the benefit of the doubt, right? They're going to often agree with you, right? So I was put here as somebody to not be in agreement with, right? When you post today's content, you put my face on there alone, right? It was just my face. None of y'all other faces was in there, right? So I already know. Okay, I'm coming in here.
You're the guest.
And you know, and I did not come here expecting everyone to agree with me. It's all good.
It's that conversation with Joe. It didn't say Joe was a tether. We did not put anything disparaging or anything like that on there, even though we disagree with you. We got you on it. We asked you what picture you wanted. I didn't take a picture
and I gave you the picture, but
you gave me the picture, and it says conversation with Joe.
Joe, yes, I am the focus today.
Okay, but what we wanted to do
is on me.
Yes,
not all of us equally.
But what we wanted to do was have we had a conversation for correction. That's all it was.
So everyone came into this to correct me.
No,
all of you did.
Yes, shit that is
I'm a correct you. I'm throwing you a bone. I'm helping you out, Joe. I'm trying to make you right. Correct. I am the topic for today. I get it. I'm not here as
but is that a problem?
The case, no, I'm not saying it's a problem. I understand the setup.
What's
setup?
I
see it. I acknowledge it.
We have people on here all the time. Sometimes they come on and we agree and we're in accordance. Sometimes we disagree with each other.
Okay,
there's no setup.
But
if you're wrong, you're gonna get called out. That's the bottom line.
Did you bring somebody? Hold on a second. Did you bring somebody on based on something that you vehemently disagree with, that you thought was bullshit? That you know, did you bring somebody on with those ideas before they even got on?
It depends.
We brought you on for clarity purposes.
No, Anthony, you already spoke before I even said a word. You said some bullshit already before I even said a word. So there was a preconceived notion about who I am, my character, and they pretty much
if you said
the entire time. So that's
you say bullshit, you say bullshit.
Get it. Okay, so what I'm saying here, right? I came in here. You think I was fairly treated? I was attacked since the beginning. My words was being attacked since the beginning. It's all good. I'm not tripping. Of course
you are.
No.
Wait, stop, everybody. I've been sitting here real quiet, real quick. I just no, Joe. I'm so sorry. Can you tell me what I said that was false?
Oh no, how you spoke for my character? How you believe that I'm a tether? Right, based on the fans, of course, like the way in which you spoke for my character, right?
Oh, so your character is beyond reproach. Your character is one that says he didn't realize and he didn't put any thought into putting a foundational Black American flag on a video that has to do with foundational Black Americans versus people in the Caribbean, but you didn't have any Caribbean flags up in there. So you weren't being intellectually disingenuous and dog whistling in that. That was just some random ass decisions. So you make random ass decisions when you make your content. Is that your marketing strategy, sir?
Sometimes. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Sometimes, right?
No,
hold on.
No,
sometimes I thought out. Sometimes, let me just throw this shit out there, right? I'm gonna keep it a buck. Now, how many of y'all gonna be honest about that, right?
Well,
where you try.
If I'm being totally honest, I never put out random shit. Because it's important the shit that I put out.
For me, this
I have
wasn't
an intelligent.
random, okay?
Hold on, let me respond to you.
In particular, this wasn't random, but I did say sometimes
listen, man. You can't listen and talk at the same time. We have an intelligent audience here. We pride ourselves on putting out information that is thought-provoking, information that has been vetted, information that we put some time into, so that it can elevate people. The people who listen to us can be elevated when they grasp our information, when they hear our content. It is a felony of consciousness to just say you put out random shit and you're talking about shit as important as the diaspora.
Hold on a second. Wait, you misunderstood. All right.
Let me also wait, Joe. Let me say something real quick before you go on.
Go ahead.
But
Joe,
you said you put out random stuff, bro.
Wait.
Hold on.
Before you continue,
Sometimes,
let me also.
and that really depends. That really depends. Okay, like you don't see everything that I post. All right, and that really depends. When it comes to information, no, that's not random. All right, but when it comes to my Instagram, when it comes to just comedic stuff, yeah, sometimes I think, oh, this is funny. Let me post that because this is some funny shit. Right? That's just random.
To tack onto what Major said,
not information.
Respected to the conversation today.
In addition to
do
what
you
Major
understand
said,
how that will be taken in a bad way,
hold on a
Joe?
second.
Come on, man.
Major, hold on a second.
Go ahead,
in addition
Bobby.
to what Major said, not only are we intentional with the content that we put out and the points that we bring, but to go to what you said, the things that people don't see in front of the cameras, we also, after we go ahead and do our lives and put our videos out, we consistently have people who are diehards. They know us online, they know us offline. They hit us up and they give us active feedback. So they will come and tell us things that I'll even dime drop. They'll come and say to a Major, like, hey, we like what you're saying, but hey, in truth, you guys were a little long. You need to chop the videos down a little bit. It's great content, but we can't make it through X amount of time. It's too long. We have people talking to us about, hey, if you guys want to take it to the next level, it's cool, but you need to fine tune some stuff. Some of your response a little too long. We have active feedback every single week from people that genuinely rock with us, and they say, hey, this is the constructive criticism. And at no point do we have a, well, you know, it is what it is, whatever, perspective, whatever. That's not how you grow individually. That's damn sure not how you grow your brand. The question I wanted to ask you before, and I'm going to let you segue, because you kind of got into a little bit, and I just wanted to keep you going in that direction. What I wanted to ask you was, what is your specific purpose for making content? When you go and you prop up the camera, whether it's you, your wife, whatever, when you all prop up that camera and you especially put your face and your voice to whatever it is you're saying, what is your purpose?
Hold that thought. Think on that for a minute, Joe. I got some more super chats to read, all right? All right. Our good sister, Miss Nicole 253 says, forgot his apology. All right. Assistant to the HNIC says, you have a passport because you were searching for a home. We have passports because we go and bring our ass home. Okay.
Thank you for the super chat.
I got stamps in my passport.
All right.
Oh, that was latest.
Craft Greek super chat. Thank you for super chat. $10. The Craft Greek.
Like
Joe sounds like a white supremacist.
Oh shit, boy! You really
As
don't know.
The super chats are being read.
Huh?
I was telling Joe the super chats are being read. People paid to hear the super chats read.
Well, yeah, he said he didn't look at the comments, but the super chats were basically saying what the comments are saying. So pay attention. As you are talking about Pookie and Shakisha, you still talking about FBA. Stop trying to plant seeds of discord on our land. We built the greatest country in the world. All right. Next. Super chat from Cat Ferguson. Him and his wife are trash. These people will never go home. They're parasites. Move the fuck away from FBAs. Move to Montana, Iowa, or North Dakota. Just go away.
Don't
nowhere.
And Cat Ferguson, don't sugarcoat it.
Oh man,
tell how you really feel.
All right, Lock Profit sent a $10 super chat. There's a difference between a rider and a tether. All immigrants are not tethers. All Africans are not tethers. Very well said. Agreed.
Amen.
Facts.
Okay. C. Wilson 2012, $5 super chat. Once these dudes hear you're a blind Democrat.
You're not a blind Democrat.
Yep. I'm not a Democrat.
They turn their ears off and become intentionally obtuse, and you automatically become MAGA. That is also very true. I gotta keep it a buck.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right.
I've been slapped with that one a few times.
Original T, me too. Original TD sent a $1.99 super chat with a shit face.
With a meth face.
He wasn't feeling it. All right.
Sexy Red with the $2 super sticker.
$2 super chat.
What's up, Sexy Red 67?
No comment, just a $2 super. Oh, let Joe hit the asphalt from Joe. Sexy Red. She's another $2 super chat. Man, they going in these comments.
But I think a YouTube member.
Assistant to the HNIC. His hubris is off the charts. Souvent Louverture thought he did away with the turncoat, yet that's all we see from HT in 2026.
It's not popping up, but that's probably, I think that's supposed to be like the Haitian flag emoji. That's why it's on
Okay.
Haiti. Okay.
All
All
right. Brandon-B9N7T sent a $2 super chat. Joe, Caribbean audience, love the FBA disrespect. Joey November, God damn it, turn the stove off. He's cooked.
Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. You better thank you, YouTube member.
Shout out to him. Man, so the super chats is heavy. Joe is getting fried like a tempura cat claw. No accountability. A bunch of babble. Zip him up with the $5 super chat from FU2.
FU2 out of control tonight, man.
Oh my really God! Is. Look, Brenda Thomas 1435 $2 super chat. Ask Joe why his people eat dirt cookies. Oh my God. Let me see. Miss Nicole 253 sent a $1.99 super chat, and another $1.99 super chat from Miss Nicole.
You better thank a YouTube member.
There you go. You know what I'm talking about?
Some of those comments are ignorant. And if I speak on behalf of the ignorance of some of those comments, is a problem. I'm a tether, right? Like, let's keep it a buck, man. You know, like you're not going to be able to please everyone.
No, but you don't understand.
Bobby, you had a question. I want to answer your question. Can you repeat your question for me, please?
My question was, what is your purpose when you say you share a whole bunch of things on your Instagram and everything? I'm not talking about that. When we're talking about the Joe Wesley brand, when you and or your wife get on camera for your channel and you put your face and your voice, whatever it is you're talking about, what is ultimately your purpose for making that content? What is it? What is your goal? What are you trying to do?
Okay, okay, between me and my wife, I have my own platform and we have a shared platform, right? Okay. So in my own personal platform, I put thought-provocative information out there, right? So I always think about stuff that will make people think and really talk about those particular topics. When it comes to me and my wife, our focus is the fact that she's Jamaican, I'm Haitian, and we speaks about the dynamics between us, and it's always something funny. It's always comedy. It's always about, you know, bringing joy and laughter, but it's also about it's also about Black love. It's also about Black unity. It's also about marriage life. It's also about you know, doing the marriage thing, doing it the right way, and showing people that Black love is a thing and it exists, and we can definitely be, you know, connected in that way. So with my wife, that's really what our page is about, the Two Coconut Heads, you know. And it's two coconut heads because we're like, you know, it's just we're sitting
because you're Black on the outside and white on the inside.
You see that? There go Dave with the nonsense.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking.
I'm Black on the outside and red on the inside.
That's a joke. You didn't like
remember,
the joke?
We started this out.
In fairness, you grew up down here. You know, coconut is considered a crack on people that are dark on the outside, and you know that's a crack down here for them.
I love
in fairness.
Look here, man. You see what I was drinking all night? Coconut water, man. I love coconut.
I had some this morning.
So, you know what I mean? Filled with electrolytes. I don't care. Like, look, man. Some people gonna have their. I don't care, yo. Like, we can't care about every.
You should care, though.
He doesn't care.
No. You're not care. Hold on a sec. Right. I'm not going to allow how other people think and feel to determine how I should feel and how I should move. Right?
No, it's insensitive.
Stand on your square, bro, and listen.
No, I've been standing on my square since I've been on this podcast.
Here comes that hubris, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I've been standing on my square.
As long as you are willing to deal with the consequences of your actions, sir,
ignorant,
you're not gonna lose no sleep. You good?
Why should I?
You shouldn't, Joe.
I mean, look. You guys receive a lot of money on the super chat, so that's what's up to you guys. I mean,
you think that's a lot of money, Joe?
That ain't my money.
Whatever, you know what I'm saying, man. You guys receive a lot of donations, right? What a lot to you is maybe. A lot to me, maybe a little to you. Who cares, right? The point of the matter is people donated to the super chat. People been watching. People are engaged, and it's all good, right? So people are getting to hear a different perspective, right? They don't have to agree with me. It's all good. I'm cool with that, right? I don't mind being the villain for today's conversation. All right,
it is. No, you're not the villain for today's conversation. You went viral for your villainy, sir.
Hey, it's all well.
Before
it's all
anybody
good.
Ever knew you. You just presented
it's all
yourself
good.
on the
I gave
world
you guys
stage.
something to talk about. I gave you guys something to talk about.
I
gave you guys
I'm not a part of the
debate.
show. You do realize that this is not my show, right?
See,
well,
this is,
you
see,
guys,
this is kind of-
it's not just you, Dave. You guys,
You're not gonna do
it's
that.
Major,
You're not gonna
Anthony,
do that.
Bobby,
No,
Dave.
you're not gonna do that because let me tell you something.
I am doing that,
and I find it very disrespectful for you to say that because just like your Marcus Garvey disrespectful comment that I've never addressed, but we have so much people that we have lined up in our calendar. I came to you as a brother because I know you, and I never came at you in a sideways way. I said, I can come on your platform or you can come on our platform. I gave you that option, and you said you rather come on our platform.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
it wasn't about anything about any sides or anything like that. I gave you that option. You came and said you was over here, so I made sure that we got you on here quick to discuss this video that went viral because, like I say, the foundational quote that I've always took was, "I am my brother's keeper." If you care about somebody and you know them, you're not a random stranger. You've been on my Facebook page for a long time. When I saw that, the first thing I did, I didn't write anything. I didn't write anything initially to anything about that. I had wrote, "Hey, this right here is very disingenuous and it's very false in a lot of statements you said." I didn't go off and I didn't call you no names, no nothing. I just said these are very disingenuous statements. And then you went off and said, "Oh man, Marcus Garvey would be roll in his grave." Oh, I forgot what you said about Marcus Garvey.
You did kind of went off on me, brother. You did.
No, I said that it was very disrespectful what you said, and you went back. You doubled down, dog. You got the whole thread. You can read it. You doubled down and you said, "Oh, Marcus Garvey would be he would roll over in his grave." And I said, "You really don't know history, because if you knew history about Marcus Garvey, then you know that Marcus Garvey aligned himself with white supremacists. So by you telling me he rolling over his grave, that doesn't affect me because I know history. So that Marcus Garvey is not a leader that I look up to, because in the long run, Marcus Garvey was a Caribbean coon. Even though he had intentions to be great, it didn't fall out that way. See, I don't run with narratives. I don't run with narratives just to be pushing and posting narratives. I make sure that I'm correct about what I say before I say something. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
I'll address you right now, right? So you're going to have to educate me about that, because that's not what I understood about Marcus Garvey. I never understood him to be a coon. Okay, now,
Joe, stop making content. No, stop making content if you don't know.
No, hold on. I didn't make no content about Marcus Garvey.
Brother to a small brother.
But look,
you kind of don't know what you're using about.
Hold on a sec, man. You kind of did went off on me, and I was kind of disappointed, and that's why I said Marcus Garvey would be disappointed at you. All right, so I didn't go off on you. Like, you literally was saying that I'm saying some bullshit out here, right? So you started off negative on me. Period.
Oh, Lord.
You did.
Because I proved it. I proved what you said was disrespectful and disparaging.
Look. So now, like, you know, why are you doing this, man? Like, you started off negative on me, and now I'm so wrong because I made a statement about Marcus. Like, come on, brother. Like you give out smoke. Don't be surprised if I give it back in return. All right. You come at me hard, and I come back at you with the same energy. Don't get mad at me, because I'm giving you the exact same energy you gave me. All right.
I came at you in a way of correcting his bigger brother. There's nothing wrong with
No. Don't say you're correcting your bigger brother when you're coming at me in a disrespectful manner, and then expect me to just take it in.
You said disparaging things about foundational Black America that was not true, and I can prove everything.
All right,
fine. True.
You could have approached me like a brother in a respectful manner, but that's not what you did. Hold on a sec. So you upset because I gave you the exact same energy you gave me?
No,
come on,
no,
dude.
I was never upset about that.
Come on, dude.
Because if I was upset about it,
you were upset.
I would have called you names. I said to you, I can come on your platform, or you can come on my platform.
That was after the fact.
That's not something.
That was after the fact.
Somebody says, and if they're mad at somebody.
Hold on a sec. That was after the fact.
I would have said F you and deleted you off my Facebook page.
That was after the fact. right? That was after the fact. Maybe that's just how you are. That's how you speak to people that you disagree with. You quick to offend them. All right, fine. Maybe
I'm
that's
passionate
your
about my
character.
black people.
However,
And I don't know people say
the reason why
disrespectful shit about black people.
The reason why, okay, fine. You was offended by it, and you approached me in the way in which you was offended. Okay, it is what it is. That's what happened, and I gave you that energy back. All right, that's what that was. And you offered me to come on your platform or on mine. I chose your platform because your platform have the bigger audience.
Oh,
okay. I chose your platform because your platform have the bigger audience. Your platform will do better than mine. And like I said before, I don't make money online.
I don't make money online either. Don't stop putting that out there.
So and I come on your platform because I know it was going to be not just you. It's going to be more than just you. I know that. And I came in here open to have a discussion. But the energy that was thrown at me from the beginning was this brother is anti-FBA. This brother said some bullshit remarks on FBA. Dude, that's what you said.
No, I said you said
man, you can go play it back.
I never said you was anti-FBA.
Hold on. Before we went live,
Dave is on here because Dave is a full foundational Black American, and I wanted representation of a foundational Black American because my parents are from the diaspora of Jamaica, both of my parents. With Bobby Drake, his parents are from Bahamas, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you have Major, who has one family from the diaspora and one family that's foundational Black. So I made sure that we had a full foundational Black American on here so that we can get the correct narrative and correct for the audience. This wasn't even about you because we had the whole thing was diaspora wars because there's a lot of miscommunication going out there. And you even said you got corrected tonight by knowing what is a tether and what is not a tether, which people need to know the definition because that by you saying that Nicki Minaj was a tether because they said she's from the Caribbean, that is putting people, FBAs, in harm's way, thinking that everybody who's from the Caribbean or the diaspora is a tether when it's really not. This is what we're trying to do to help you as a big brother talking to a smaller brother.
Okay, see, how old are you, Anthony?
I'm 47, man.
Brother, all right. Before we even started on this live, before we even went live, you said to me, you said some bullshit, and we're going to address that bullshit.
It was.
Okay, so that was the energy. This is how we started. And before even Dave started to speak, right? Your energy was very hostile from the get-go.
My energy was passionate, not hostile.
Okay, passionate, whatever, right? Tomato, whatever, right? You could call it passionate. However, from my perspective, from where I stand, it was very hostile. Okay, so I'm not here as equals to you guys. I'm here as somebody that y'all need to teach. That's what it came across as.
But you're not presented yourself.
How you presented what I posted, right? This is your platform. You have the authority here and the leverage with four of you guys to pretty much determine or dictate what I posted. So of course,
with facts, yes.
Okay, so of course, to your audience and to how you guys communicated to me, of course you're going to have the leverage. Of course, it's going to come across as you're right.
No. People with a
like
people
I'm not
people
speaking rocket science over here, man. I'm speaking plain English.
No. People would have agreed with you if you had not.
If I agreed with you,
down on
if no.
People would have doubling down as if
no. People would agree. People would agree with me if I didn't address the nuances in what I was saying, and I simply took your perspective to being factual on what I was speaking of. Yes,
you double down. You double down on the.
There was misunderstanding, and I'm making clarity on that misunderstanding. Now, like you said, there was a lot of points that you guys made that I agreed with, and I gave you that. There was some things that was said, and I said, you know what, I received that. I took it. Bobby said some things that I agreed with. Dave said some things that I agree with. Right. So you guys said some things that I'm like, okay, I received that. But y'all expected me to receive every single thing that you guys are saying. And to be quite honest, no, I like realistically, a lot of the things that y'all saying is based from a misunderstanding, right? And a superimposing my character. So I'm not going to sit here like I'm some misbehaved child and just receive and accept every bullshit that y'all throw at me, right?
Joe, let me keep it 100% with you, 100% with you. The lion's share, and when I say the lion's share, I'm talking about damn near the whole food truck of it. The lion's share of the length of this came from when we addressed the issues, because again, while we were, for the most part, I think it's safe to speak for everyone here that we were offended to different degrees based on what we heard, but for the most part, we were reading the mail. This wasn't Anthony, Major, Bobby, and Dave coming together to get Joe together because we didn't like what Joe had to say. No, this was because people had an issue with what you said, and even some of the comments that you received, you even responded to as well. So you know it wasn't just us. This was us addressing this to you, but the lion's share of this back and forth, this dialogue, conversation, whatever anyone wants to call it, was us addressing the issue, saying, hey, Joe, you may not have meant it this way. This was offensive. And it took about a good 30, almost 40 minutes for us to even get you to even halfway cop to, you know what, maybe something is off a little bit in the first place. And then every 10 minutes, you would come back and find a way to try to add one little piece of paint on it. The painting wasn't done. You had to go ahead and put one more brush on there. Or, well, let me put this up here. Dude, it hurt. You might not have meant it that way. Maybe you did. Who knows? But we're saying it hurt. If you saying, my bad, I apologize, leave it there. To keep on trying to come back and try to readjust it, well, maybe if I put it this way, they'll see it. No! This shit's radioactive, bruh. Why do you keep on trying to tidy the shit? It hurt. Let the scab fucking heal. You keep peeling the shit, bruh. Let it heal. That's what this whole thing was. If we literally could have just gotten, damn, you know what? I didn't mean like that. I guess I didn't see it. Maybe it's because I'm not from the background, or maybe because it doesn't have that significance to me. I didn't see it. My bad. I'll do better next time. This could have probably been a 15-minute discussion, and we could have spent the rest of the time just talking pure shit.
Exactly.
But here's what happened. Before you go, Joe. Before you go, that's just life generally. A lot of times, man, it's not even what happened, but how you respond to it. You understand? And I mean, like he said, if you responded in a better way, you understand? Whereas you're not trying to justify a lot of the shit that you said that was wrong. You know, there's some people who made comments or whatever the case may be, and you complain that what they were saying was wrong. I can agree with you on that. But at the same time, do you realize that is a response to you not taking accountability? Do you get that?
And for the record, Joe, you don't have to. With what we're saying and bringing up to you, you don't have to accept anything. You don't have to acknowledge that, hey, this is hurtful. I don't care. You don't have to have the perspective. We're not telling you how to feel. We're simply saying, if you did not intend it to be this way, you going about it the wrong way. So if, as you saying, hey, I didn't mean it to come off this way, it shouldn't have been an issue in that regard. The only way all this would make sense would be if secretly it's like, really, in truth, yeah, fuck y'all niggas. And that's how you're going about it.
It feel like right now, you see how when Godfrey went on the show and he started talking with David, he always down with the brothers. He always loved the brothers so much. And then he went on the show with David Alayowo and them other Africans, and they started talking shit about Black Americans when they were among each other.
Have you seen that video, Joe?
Coming off. You know what I'm saying?
Joe,
I want to believe that that's not what you feel, but that's how you're coming off, brother. Respectfully.
Okay, so I would real quick go ahead and speak, but I would encourage you to go ahead. That clip is going viral all over. Dave has a clip of it on his channel as well, the Business Bully as well. I would advise you, because maybe, I don't know, maybe it would help if you were to see it in another light, in a situation that isn't yours. But I would challenge you to go ahead and watch that interview where he's talking with 154, whatever the channel is. See what he was saying, see the conversation, and then see the criticism that he got, and see if maybe any of that matches up. I would encourage you to do that, and maybe be easier to digest, or maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, because
Go ahead.
look,
Let him respond. Let him respond.
Here's the thing, right? So when you guys made reasonable sense, I acknowledge it, right? And quite so many times in this conversation today where I actually acknowledge, you know what, you're right. Yes, I received it. You know, so many times in this conversation, right? But we didn't move forward. We didn't move
Because you said
forward.
but. Because you said
right.
but.
That's not what happened.
Because he said but.
No, that's not what happened. What ended up happening, somebody else took the mic and said some more crazy shit. And it's not that they say some more, is it's basically the how it was communicated as well. All right.
No. Joe,
how would you like to communicate? I'd be very careful about walking down that pathway if I were you. I'd be careful.
No, let him go.
There's a difference here. There's a difference here from when Bobby speak. There's a difference when Major speak, a difference when Anthony speak, and a difference with Dave speak, right? Dave come and speak from the perspective of an intellectual, an educator, and I'm here to teach you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I'm here and you need to take this and listen, okay? Because you're hard of hearing, you ain't listening to me, all right? That's the approach that Dave had towards me. Bobby came in with, with a more level-minded perspective in trying to understand, but also provide reason. Bobby is, I would say, is probably
Bobby ain't shit. Bobby ain't shit. I ain't shit. Don't quote me.
Bobby, you're a humble brother, and I respect that. Okay,
I ain't shit. Don't look at me.
and that speaks to you being humble, and I respect that. However, how you communicate, you're easier to listen to. How Anthony came across from the get-go was, you on some bullshit. I don't care what you say was some bullshit, and da. You know, and it's like
it was bullshit.
You ain't a man. You know, we supposed to be men here and man.
Yeah, if you're not a man for not apologizing, add that in.
Like, hold on a sec, my brother. But how do you speak to another man, right, is also important, right? Because you're not gonna talk, you're not gonna stand face to face and talk to a man. You want some bullshit, you know, especially somebody you don't necessarily know that well, right?
I would say just
right.
like, hey,
you're not gonna do that.
I said that before, plenty of times to people.
You're not gonna stand somebody that you don't know and how you come down at them. Look, man, like there's an art to communication. There's an art to communication, and I would say that Dave Anderson failed. Anthony, you failed. Major, you
I failed. Man, I'm wow.
No,
I failed
Dave,
in communication.
Dave, you provided a lot of valuable
I'm
information.
a communications
I will give
professor,
you that.
but I failed. I got it.
Dave, no,
because your cartoon films got it.
You provided a lot of valuable information, and I will give you that. Okay, I received a lot that you mentioned. I took it in. Okay, you provided a lot. I will give you that. What I'm saying is how you relay that information is you failed terribly. Okay. And you
so you want to be able to determine how somebody says something.
No. It's no.
So I felt terribly, but
what is your goal here?
My goal,
because you addressed me about how I sounded, right?
Calm down, Crash Out. Calm down, Timu Kendrick. Calm down.
Hold on a sec. You said to me.
You said to me.
Hold on. Let me address this real quick. Let me land the plane. All right.
Go, Chris.
How I spoke. Right. Some of the things I said. Right. Right. It comes across to FBA as if I'm shitting, like I'm literally shitting on FBA because of how I said the things that I said, and I'm completely false and completely wrong. Okay. You said to me, I received that, right? You said when I mentioned a lot of you, how that can be interpreted. Okay, you said that to me. Yet, how you coming at me is the same way that I sound in my video to FBA. So it's like you got to take a piece of your own. You got to take your own pill, my brother, because
hold on, my God.
Am I getting?
Wait, no, Anthony, no. You have to understand what's going. See, gentlemen, this is what's happening right now. I want y'all to take this moment for what it actually is. See, Lil Joe.
Lil Joe.
Lil Joe.
You see?
Lil Joe.
So
you
you already disrespectful in how you speak.
You was disrespectful this entire time. Anyway, like I was saying, because I
was I
sat here
disrespectful
quietly.
to you? I didn't
I sat
disrespect
here
you at all.
quietly. I sat here quietly. You're disrespecting me right now because you're interrupting me while I have the floor, Lil Joe. So,
Go ahead.
I was saying, y'all have to understand what's happening. I need all of you gentlemen to take a minute and realize that what's happening right now, trending right now in the comments, hashtag Lil Joe. Lil Joe is having what we like to call clinically, this is an actual term, tantrumitis tethers, which means he's having a tether tantrum because he's upset and he's wilding out because he cannot get through his head that what he did was disrespectful, but so that people, when they're disrespected, are not always going to speak to you in a nice little way that you speak to them. And you were intellectually and disingenuous this entire time because you said you had a video about the diaspora wars and foundational Black Americans versus the Caribbean, but you didn't put up no Caribbean flag. And then it was, we were talking about Megyn Kelly and we were talking about MAGA, but yet and still, I ain't seen no Fox News logo and I ain't seen no red hats. I didn't even see this guy get on your show and say anything about you tethers. But what I do know is he's enforcing what Joe did. He's enforcing what Joe did with Joe's vice president. And that TPS has you having right now doing the real TPS, which is tethers packing suitcases.
You're very condescending.
Is that guess how you came across to my people, sir? Very condescending.
And
so why don't you take your own pill? Why don't you take your own pill?
I came across as condescending, and you doing the same thing.
You doubled down on it, sir. You just doubled down on it the whole time. I ain't gonna lose no sleep.
You doubling down on it too, little Dave.
Yeah, but the difference is no. Sir, I'm 6'1", 220 pounds, and I am definitely
little Dave.
Bro, trust me. Get out your high waters. You are tethering right now. Here comes all the. You can call me little all you want to. Your wife won't. Meanwhile,
your own medicine.
You're babbling, sir.
Come on, no,
you're babbling, sir.
Because you're doing
Man,
the same
come your
thing.
wife in here. Maybe she can be rational. You're babbling, sir. You're babbling, sir.
It's not babble. Bring
your wife in here. Let's get a real adult on this. Let's get a real adult on the subject. You're babbling right now, sir.
Then talk like one.
Oh, I am talking like one.
Little Dave.
Sir. Yeah,
so little Joey, because you did. Come on, dude.
Yeah, because that's how you acted. You were having a tether tantrum.
Then you
were having a tether tantrum.
So you're not. Okay, fine. Look.
You holler. You have crashed out, sir. You're having a tether tantrum.
But the entire
you're having a tether tantrum.
You're offended by a very short clip, but the entire conversation is going past 4 hours now.
It's 3 hours and 49 minutes. That's not past 4 hours. You don't even know how to tell time. That must be tether time. I got it.
And you see, thank you for correcting me.
You're correct. Now, if you had done that in the first 15 minutes of this conversation, we'd have been off of this, but you didn't. No, you only take a correction now because you got this work for 3 hours and 50 minutes, sir.
No, you've been condescending. And you don't like the fact.
I'm sorry. Ask everybody if I'm condescending. Take this clip. I don't like the fact that you disrespected my people, and you wouldn't do that in front of my people. But you're going to deal. Listen, you're going to deal with that, and you'll deal with the consequences of that, sir.
And you're still in your feelings about it, right?
Oh, I'm not in my feelings at all. Bro, I'm going to forget your name as soon as it's over with. I'm going to get back to what I'm doing, which is writing a paper called the Tether Doctrine.
You gave me a whole nickname. How you going to forget?
Bro,
Boy, you gave
me very easily. Bro, I won't remember.
A whole nickname, little Joey.
You love it too.
Come on, dude. Come on.
Listen, that tetherism, that audacity's falling off the bone. Look at that tetherism. That's that tetherism.
Right? You see, you can't even take the same energy that you give off.
Oh, I can take it just fine. The difference is I'm not going to lose my audience. The difference is I'm not going to stop being the best-selling author. The difference is I can look at my wife with pride and realize that I didn't come on here and double down and backtrack when somebody offended me, even though you sat up here and said all of these things and said, I'm not going to lose any sleep. You haven't even realized the cost of your hubris, but you going to learn today, sir. You are going to learn.
There you go.
I'm letting you know. I'm telling you what they're saying in the chat. I'm telling you what they're saying in the chat because you don't read it, so I'm trying to help you out.
But seriously speaking, how do you expect another man to respond to you?
How do you expect another man to respond to you when you're sitting up here disrespecting their people and they told you they disrespected your people and you continue to sit up there and babble about it?
This is the reason why I point out how Anthony spoke, how Major spoke, and how Bobby spoke.
Well, guess what? It's
That's why
their
I
show. They
point it
got
out.
to be nice to you. I don't give a goo
No,
fuck.
it's not
I'm doing
about
them a
being
favor.
nice. It's not about being nice. It's not about being nice. I don't care about you being nice.
Then what is
all right?
it about, Joe?
No. You see, Bobby wasn't condescending the way that you are.
Oh, of course not.
No, you know.
I wasn't condescending like
And
Dave
he
was, but
agreeing with me,
brother, you had Baskin Robbins 32 flavors up here of tone, and yet it still took about 30 to 40 minutes to get you to even halfway concede that maybe you weren't on the mark. So
brother,
evidently, tone wasn't the issue. And then,
No, it's
like Dave
audacity.
mentioned, there was the backtracking where you were, like I mentioned before, you were trying to readjust or try to circle back and get people to see it exactly the way you said it.
And see, this is the thing.
So
brother.
the tone don't
We
matter.
do this all
Now,
the time. This is a constant thing. And Anthony, hold on.
What you're saying would have merit if when I said, because apparently, according to you, I guess I'm the people's choice, or at least the Joe's choice as far as tone goes. What you're saying would have had merit if, as soon as I said it, you're like, you know what, Bobby, I get that, and you just left it there, no trying to touch
and
back.
I did. You could play it all back. I did.
It'll be there for the people.
Joe, at the end of the day, because
He's doubling
Joe,
down.
at the end of the day, we got to wrap this up soon.
No,
But listen,
no,
brother,
yeah.
this
Look,
is what's at
this
the
is
crux of the
recorded, right?
argument, Joe. Joe,
This is
hold on.
recorded, right?
Yes, this is recorded.
Right?
I want you to understand what's at the crux of the argument, because you asked earlier what was the goal, whatever the case may be. You asked that question earlier, right?
Okay,
I'm Black
yes,
American.
yes.
You know what I'm saying? I do have a parent from outside the diaspora, but I'm born and raised here. On my mom's side, we're full Black American. I'm a Black American. This is where I'm from. This is what I know. Okay. You need to understand that we see this. I've never been to Africa. I don't know if these get to be the language, none of that. We see this all the time from people who are outside of the diaspora. You understand? Constantly.
Mostly online, right?
No, it's not mostly online. Let me correct you on that also. It's
Okay,
not
well,
mostly online. It's in real life.
So
How many? Wait.
more-
Let me correct you. How many? Is a friend of mine named Karen. He was in the car with me before he left to go move to Colombia. We had a conversation. He just starts out of the clear blue sky talking about how stupid Americans are. He's a Trinidadian guy. I had to check his ass. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know if we still friends to this day. But dude, I'm just sitting there minding my Black business, chilling with somebody that I believe is a friend, and he just starts attacking Black Americans out of the clear blue fucking sky. It's not the first time it's happened. It's not the last time it's going to happen. At some point, you need to check your fucking attitudes, man. It doesn't matter if you're from Haiti or from Trinidad or from Jamaica or from wherever. At the end of the day, just show some damn respect. Not you per se, but your attitude is so dismissive, whereas you feel that, oh, this is just a thing. I'm not going to lose any sleep. Oh, it's not that serious. It is that serious. Not only because it's just outright wrong, but because, brother, your guest here. I would never fix my mouth to go to. I was in Haiti last year. I would never fix my mouth to go to Haiti and disrespect the people of Haiti. Walk into their house and talk down on them. You understand what I'm? There are people I can tell you from people that I know very closely. Some people in my own extended family. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, you know how Americans are. Nah, nigga, how are Americans? Because I'm American. You understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you what I've seen, what I've experienced over and over and over. And it's always, oh, it's not that serious. Oh, you sweep it under the rug. Oh, you know, the Americans are lazy. Can we go over the stereotypes? The Americans are lazy. The Americans are stupid. They don't take advantage of the opportunities that are here. They don't work hard. They don't do that. People are always shitting on Americans. Yet you're in America.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm gonna tell you my live experience, right? Because my live experience, especially amongst FBA, majority of it is positive, right? As far as like how I make my income, who I'm always around Black people that are shakers and movers, and majority of them are FBA that are movers and shakers in America. In South Florida, always doing positive things. I'm talking about from your doctors to your lawyers to you name it, right? They are out here. That's who I see on a regular basis. That's who I connect with on a regular basis. Now I ask you, is it mostly online or mostly in real life? You said mostly in real life.
No, I didn't say mostly in real life. I said it's not all online. because
okay,
that's
but I
another
was asking,
dismissive
but
tactic.
I was making I was differentiating. Is it mostly in real life or mostly online? Because the reason why I asked that, because from my perspective, right, lived experience between FBA and Caribbean, it's all love in real life. I see most of the disconnection is online. But
it's a lot of love, but no, it's not all love, and it's provable that it's not all love. But
what I see, what I experience. Yes, there are some
you're clearly not paying attention because
anomaly.
There are some in your face that are very disrespectful. I've seen those. So I'm not everything what you said. I take it in. I received it because you've experienced that, and I believe you 100% because I've seen it as well. But that is not the majority. That is not what is always happening in my face. Okay.
Let me ask you.
I would real quick before Anthony jumps on. I would beg to differ that it's not that it's primarily online and not in person, because here's the thing, and this isn't just relegated to the whole diaspora issues. Since the inception, pretty much, of the internet and social media, social media has made people very comfortable with saying what they really got on their chest, because they know that whoever they're saying it to ain't next door. So it's very easy for someone who's a tether, whether they're from Africa, from the Caribbean, or elsewhere in the world, to go out there and talk greasy about FBA, knowing good and damn well there ain't no FBA fist right next to their jaw to loosen up a little bit. Like Mike Tyson said, the internet's made people way too comfortable being disrespectful and not getting a fist to the face for it.
Exactly. So here's the point that I was making earlier, right? So Major, you said something about I was being dismissive, okay?
Yes.
Throughout the whole, okay?
Yes.
Okay, I take it, right? I take it, right? At the same time, right? Can you take the fact that you guys was also being dismissive? You guys was also look. I'm not here disagreeing with everything you guys are saying.
But of what?
I'm not here trying to. I'm not here being self-righteous about anything. When you made a point,
dismissive of what? I'm just asking what.
No, dismissive of me. Period. It's just been dismissive.
I don't think we're being dismissive of you at all. I think we're listening.
Maybe
to you.
Maybe you're not, Major. Maybe you're not.
Okay.
Maybe you're not. Okay.
We're listening to you though.
And Bobby is not. Bobby is not.
Okay.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm dismissive of the bullshit. Yes, that's me.
I can't say the same for David and Anthony.
That's me.
Right?
Yes.
So their energy
I'm dismissive of the
was
bullshit.
very dismissive. And
I'm
so wrong for not taking it like I'm some child. Like, yes, Daddy, you're absolutely right, and I'm wrong. I'm sorry. That's the expectation here, right? For me to be this little bitch of y'all's to just accept what you said.
Nobody's saying about bitch.
No, but that's the energy. That's the energy. That's the energy. You came on strong and saying you got to be a man about it.
You got like this fantasy creation in your mind of what you feel like is going on. And the reality of it, the reality of it is that
that's your
when
misinterpretation.
you came on, the reality of it was when you came on, this was about corrective actions. This wasn't about Joe is fucked up or anything like that. It was more about being corrected in what you're saying, because I believe in you and what your wife said you and your wife do, because I've known you. You want me to keep it a buck? I've known you when you was out here on a podcast trying to be like this Kevin Samuels type dude when you were smoking cigars and giving relationship advice, and it wasn't really going like that. But I seen that you end up being on a podcast with your beautiful wife, that y'all got something going on. And as a big brother, I'm saying to you, like, hey, hold up. I don't want you to damage your career saying false stuff. So come on the platform so I can correct some of the false stuff that you said. From day one, from the day we cut this live on, from the initial start, I said that you said some things repeatedly, that some things you said about FBA was good, and then some was disparaging, which led me to say that the way you put that video together was like backhanded compliments for throughout the whole duration of the video.
So that's where I was coming to you at from that angle. I don't tolerate bullshit, whether it's from you, whether it's from a friend of mine, whether it's from anybody on this panel, whether it's from my damn mama or anybody else. I don't tolerate bullshit and lies. That's not what I stand for. So if you say something, I'm going to address it. And that's just the anybody that knows Anthony knows that's how I roll. Because I wouldn't go out there and say disparaging shit about Haiti. Why the fuck would I say disparaging shit about Haiti when I know culturally Haiti has done a lot in this world? And if it wasn't for Haiti, some of the things that we're going through now wouldn't exist. So I don't come on here and say disparaging things about Haitians. You know what I do? I get around Haitians and I listen and I learn. Qui l'argent, qui j'en veux, même si gagne au ménage, je parle avec ou d'accord. So don't sit here and say that I wanted to come on here and say stuff about you or paint you in a different way. I came on here initially, asked my brothers that I wanted to have a corrective conversation out of love, no hate. And I land my plane on that.
Hold on, before you go, hold on. I think this is what I think. I really believe, from what I'm observing, Joe, that you have an issue with the tone of correction. You know, like you don't feel that you should be corrected. That's how I feel. That's how I feel you're taking this, because
that's false.
Okay, so correct me then.
Because I've really said here, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Joe, hold on real quick. Wait, Joe, hold on right quick. Joe, go ahead, respond. We're gonna let you get the last word. After that, we're gonna wrap up because it's been good time spent, but the time is far spent. We gotta be considerate of our guests. I'm pretty sure Joe's wife wants him in bed right the fuck now.
Yeah.
I know Dave's wife wants him in bed right the fuck now. I want him in my bed right the fuck now.
Let me read these super chats before y'all go.
Yeah, let Joe wrap up. Get his point. Let his point go off. Let it land. We leave it there. Super chats, and then we out.
All right, go.
Right. So I actually came here open-minded to be receptive. But Anthony, like, how do you expect somebody to be receptive of you if your approach is initially bullshit, aggressive, and how do you expect another man to be receptive of that? Right?
You want me to answer? Let me answer that.
If you're saying that you're here as a brother to correct me, there's a way in which you can do that. But if your initial statement towards me is your bullshit and I'm here to correct you, you're not respecting me as a man. You're looking at me like I'm some child. You're coming down at me. You're very condescending to begin with. And I am open to correction. I am open to receive. That's why when Dave said certain things I agreed with, I said, you're right. I take it. I received it. When Bobby said something he agreed with, I received it. When Major said something I agreed with, I agreed with it, right? So I'm not here to be dismissive of you guys, but the energy has to be reciprocated based on yourself. So you throw it out to begin with. I'm a guest here, but I'm a guest that came here like I'm under attack, not like I'm a brother. That's not how I felt. None of y'all made me feel like I'm a brother here.
How you take how you interpret everything and the way of an accountability, you did not want to accept that. That is on you, sir. That's not on me. The fact that you didn't accept the accountability initially is why
this the accountability right now. You can't even accept accountability for how you came at me.
You did not accept accountability initially. This is why we are going into 4 hours of this same shit that you keep looping in replay over and over again. You come and you say, I apologize for this. Oh, I understand what you're saying, but I did not like how you do it. I did not like. Let me tell you something about being a man, right? And this is no shot at you or anything else. I'm just talking in general to the people out there looking and listening. As a man, your feelings are not supposed to be something predicated on how somebody is explaining something to you in correction. That's not the moment for you to feel this and feel that. I feel no. If it's correctiveness, then take it as accountability. Because you know what? Let me ask you something. When you was in school, did you play sports?
Yeah.
Okay, so your coach did not explain to you shit in a soft way. He told you to get the fuck out there, go play the game. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to be a man. Stand on your heels and play the game the way I'm coaching you to play it. I know soft shit about if he's telling you
So you're my
facts,
coach.
he don't give a fuck how he say it. If it's legit shit,
so
you
so
take
like
it and
I
you
said,
run with it.
like I said, I'm the student, you're the coach, and you're gonna talk to me like I'm the child that needs to learn. I didn't, like I said, I'm not here.
You got 30 seconds,
as an
Joe.
equal. I'm not here as an equal to you guys. Not at all. I'm not here as a man that is respected. Not at all. I'm here as a child that y'all need to correct. That is how y'all started.
You gotta act like it.
Then you expect me to reciprocate and be a good little boy. Yes, yes, daddy.
Ego.
You're absolutely right. Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on, my brother.
All right, super chat.
Super chat.
Sensational. Whatever else.
All right.
Hey, y'all can
Miss
chop it up in
Nicole
privates.
said- Miss Nicole 253 sent $1.99 super chat. I meant forget an apology. Too late. All right. Let's see who's next here. He's giving straight up narcissist $1.99 super chat. All right.
Miss Nicole again.
C. Wilson 2012 $5 super chat. He may not be a Democrat, but he is intentionally obtuse, and suddenly nothing matters. Politics may not be your thing, bruh. Okay. All right.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. Sexy Red
67 $2 super chat. Joe don't know bananas used to have seed. All right. Let's see here. $5 super chat from DBS Move. That man hurt. Good you sat there, kept putting your head in your hands like you bored, disrespectful. Send him his washed chamois. All right.
Yeah, if you send me your address, y'all, I'll send you a chamois.
Shout out to
Right
the
here
super
for you.
chat, man. Some of these guys been here since the beginning. So y'all got a strong
That's
little audience
that's
here.
fast. Y'all some y'all some
shout out to your super chat.
hardcore supporters. Much
Yeah,
love
they
to y'all.
hardcore with it. That's what's up.
And still dropping dollars. They still here.
Yeah.
and
Still
paper.
dropping dollars.
FBA-07 $2 super chat. Martin Delaney is the father of Pan-Africans. Okay, just learned something there.
Hallelujah.
All right. Charlie's Butler Jr. 2577 $5 super chat. These are Joe's thoughts. He doesn't want knowledge. He would rather debate feelings. I'm 62. Blessings, Kings. All right.
There's a
Respect to the elder.
All right. $5 super chat from Assassin to the HNIC. The fact that some of y'all
Assistant, not assassin. Jesus.
I'm sorry. You know what?
Hey.
It's so small on the screen, man. It's so small on the screen.
Why not both? He can't chew bubblegum and walk and poof poof.
How about
Apparently
that?
not.
All right. The fact some of y'all are Caribbean trying to correct another Caribbean is some codified shit. Salute to you. I said the same thing. Shout
That's
out
some
to
hard
the
bodies. It
Caribbean
really
brothers going in. I love it. So, salute to y'all from 48-year-old BA.
Black American in Long Beach. Yep.
Black American in Long Beach. Okay, that's what's up.
HNIC.
All right. DBS Smooth. He gonna cry when he get in the car.
You better thank a YouTube member.
You better thank a YouTube member.
And speaking of,
Verity 19.
YouTube member.
Big up Verity J692.
New member. All right. Lincoln Ward 85 $10 super chat. The first rule of communication is the job of the speaker to relay their message so that it can be received in the way it was interpreted. Joe failed.
Intended.
Y'all are the intended. Okay, I'm squinting here. Let me make this screen full.
I'm gonna get you some readers. We're gonna get you some readers.
I'm squinting like hell. Intended. Joe failed. Y'all are saints for entertaining clout chasing. Yeah. All right. $5 super chat from Assassin to the H. I'm sorry. Assistant to the HNIC.
Okay. You got one more. I don't know how many more super chats. You got one more time, Major. You got one more time, and you officially gonna be trying to get him cased up.
I gotta put eye drops in next time before I do this. He hurt about getting roasted.
He's trying to be Vlad.
Little Joe.
He getting a Rico on the man.
That's real. How you heard about getting roasted, but you grew up in the hood with Black Americans? Because that's what we do.
Who said I'm hurt?
No. Wait. I can explain this one. Wait. I can explain this one.
Man.
Look,
you said you was hurt, Joe.
Listen. You did say you was hurt. You didn't like the tone, and people are saying
Yeah.
you said that.
I didn't
No.
say
I got you. I'm trying to save you right now, Joe. You gotta understand. Lil Joe said he grew up. No. Shh. Lil Joe said he grew up in the church. You know them church kids. Yeah, I mean, but two type of church kids: the ones that just go to satisfy their daddies, and the ones that are scared of anything out in the world.
Okay.
Take from that what you will. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's keep going.
There you go. Bro, you in the Survive Brown Sub Projects, boy. You know, Joe. You know, you still live down here.
Being and living is two different things, bro. You after midnight. Let's get these super chats.
It don't matter. I started off growing up in Little Haiti.
Elevated Engineering 6515 in the church in Little Haiti. $5 super chat. All this anti-FBA stuff is cute online. It's going to hit different in person when your financials and livelihood is affected by the anti-FBA talk.
Real talk.
All right. $10 super chat from Charles Butler Jr. 2577. All right. I swear I have this issue with my son to be divorced wife. With my soon to be son.
He meant soon, but yeah,
he meant soon. Soon to be divorced wife. Narcissistic gaslighter. My God. Oh my God. Guys,
I got to get out of here, right?
It's been a real one, guys. Listen,
thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Dave. You know what? Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate both of y'all for coming on. Listen, let's just do this because we disagree on quite a bit, but I think that the common ground, I feel like we can all come to a conclusion on. Can we be more careful in putting information out when, especially serious information that is going to affect a large group of people? Can we be more cautious and more thoughtful about the information that we put out?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
If we can start there, we're doing very well. Make sure everybody, you like, comment, and subscribe to Manversations 2020. We lit out here in these streets. All right, shout out to Dave Anderson, the business bully.
Yes, sir. Follow his channel as well too. Joe,
absolutely.
Joe,
wait. Hold on now. I want everybody to get themselves a copy of The Real Black Agenda. You can get it wherever you get books, Audible, the whole nine. Go ahead and get this book.
I'm gonna get that.
It's my 23rd bestseller. It's The Real Black Agenda. It's written for all Black people who really understand what foundational Black Americans are going through. And there's an actual plan with actual solutions in here. There is absolutely, I can say this unequivocally, I have had this book tested independently. There is absolutely no shucking, jiving, splaining, or tether babble anywhere in these pages. So I want to make sure that you get this book immediately. It's going to change your life. And you can get it. Click the link in my bio or go wherever you go to get books. Thank you so much.
And follow Dave Anderson on all platforms. Hey, Joe, real quick before we get out of here, Joe, tell the people what a tether is. Give them the definition of a tether.
A tether is someone, it doesn't matter if they're Black or not, someone who comes shit on Americans and take advantage of everything that they have done, especially shit on Black Americans and take advantage of the Black American success stories and stuff. So that's pretty much it. And somewhat right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the ones who misinformed me about tethers. It was some FBAs that misinformed me about tethers. So
yeah, I just wanted to arm you with that because of that. That's the whole opposite of what you said on the video. So I'm glad. I appreciate you for coming on, my brother.
I appreciate.
Well, thank you for having me.
Joe,
and if y'all want to have me again, maybe on another topic.
We'll do something, bro. We'll do something.
Speaking of Joe, before we cut you loose,
in the paint, I really do. You know what I'm saying? Because I know it wasn't easy. Go ahead, Bobby.
Joe, before we cut you loose, right quick, you might not be the people's choice tonight, but you might have one or two new fans or supporters or curious people in the audience. Where can they find you if they so choose?
There you go.
Man, I'll wait till the next episode because Dave said, according to the they're gonna come.
Dave said,
hell no.
There's people who literally pay $5 to tell you they're going to ruin your finances. But I'm not
going to get treated like Target. I'm not.
Like
Y'all not gonna
Target.
treat me like Target.
I love Target. I didn't stop boycotting Target because the person who said boycott Target was a scammer who waited till he got his bag and then said the boycott is over. This is not about Target. Foundational Black America. So you're being treated like Rick Chow, and the people who support Rick Chow are being treated. You disrespected our people, and it's up on you. That's what you chose because you sat there arrogantly. That's on you. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm looking at what the chat said. What did the chat say?
I think with all of you brothers, I think we have a lot more in common and a lot more that we actually would agree upon than what happened tonight. So, but
Fair
anyway,
enough.
thank you for having me.
A wise man once said, "Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are. Deuces."
Peace.
You already know. Blessings. 2020 on all platforms. Go.
Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations.
A place where we inform, build, and
Man up.
inspire.
Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up.
A place where we inform.
Manifestation.
A place where we inform, build, and
Man up.
inspire.
You gotta eat what you kill. You gotta go out there. You gotta hunt for your meals.
We all have that ability to connect with people, to be that motivational person in somebody's life.
You gotta let people know there's certain lines you don't cross, and that there's gonna be consequences if you do.
Man up.
If you are an adult and you are in a relationship, that person's emotions are not your responsibility.
Man up. Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations.
A place where we inform, build, and
Man up.
inspire.
The devil, during slavery, destroyed the masculinity or manhood of the so-called Negro. No man. No man. Right now you got to be trained all over again to be a man.
When someone is obligated to do something, it is binding upon them to do it. And failure to do it causes reaction.
Man up.
Position make you rich. I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life forever.
If that people knew that glorious path, if that people knew that glorious path, if that people knew that glorious path, then they would be more inclined to respect themselves.
I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world. And that's our job, is to spark somebody else watching us.
A place where we inform, build, and
Man up.
inspire.
Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up.
A place where we inform.
Manifestations.
A place where we inform, build, and
Man up.
inspire.
You want to tell me about yourself? Go get your friends. I'll tell you who you are based on who your friends are.
Don't just live and die. That's an ugly existence. Make your life matter, make your life count. Live a life where people can actually mourn you for the things you left behind, not just because you were around and existed.
We need strong black nuclear family.
Yes. Yes.
That's what it is. Mother, father, son, daughter, all in the same house with a focus on the family unit as a whole.
We had Tulsa, Atlanta, New Jersey, Detroit.
Rosewood.
We had Rosewood. We had Black
Old
Wall Streets all over.
The Republicans aren't for us, but the Democrats aren't for us either. And we should have no alliance to any political party. We only have alliance to what is in our own best
A
interest.
place where we inform, build, and inspire.
Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up. Manifestations. Man up.
A place where we inform.
Manifestations.
A place where we inform, build, and
Man up.
inspire.
At the end of the day, as men in the community, we must stand together and be counted, because people look to us for guidance, leadership, and protection. And if we are not about that business, we are not on our job. Here we have grown-ass man conversations in the spirit of that purpose. Anthony Malcolm, Bobby Drake, Major Gage, we are. This is Manversations 2020.
Manversations. Man up. Manversations.
A place where we inform, build, and inspire.